Yo, it's your hostess with the mostest, burning like toasters, Cosmonian Cal. Right back like I left something, man. We out here burning in the Ethereum, the Ethereum fire. You dig what I'm talking about? We out here got it going. You dig what I'm saying? Now, we left off last time, right? Hold on. This is Jehoivih Chronicles, number 12, man. We're going back in on your boy Nimrod. We're going in on the Ahuan stock, the giant man of earth, the Negroidal giant man of earth. You dig what I'm talking about? We're going to get off into things that Nimrod did. We're going to tie them in with different historical histories and bases of knowledge. We're going to show where the oldest story of Babel comes from, right? And who built it. You know what I mean? We're going to get into, again, into the lost books of King Og, his birth of his son, Ogius. We're going to get into the 100,000 giant war called the Titanomachy. And we just going to keep breaking it down, boy. This is your boy Cosmonian, man. Just giving y'all what you say you need. Hold on. Now I'm in on Wansby real quick. I'm just looking up something. How y'all doing today? You dig what I'm talking about? Let me give a shout out to the chat. See who up in the chat today. Oh, we got She Brew in the chat. Shout out to my sister She Brew. Honor and humility. This my boy, the king, huh? Malachi, Maccabee, boy. Shout out to the Essenes and the Nazarenes in the house. Bless up, clip up, source up, or shut up. You dig what I'm talking about? Battle with the holy books, man. And as always, we always open to debate. We always open to build. You dig what I'm talking about? Always. Who we got up in the house? Who we got up in the house? Oh, we got my boy Yaso Fit. All praise to the Most High Creator, man. Oh, yeah, the beat, that's by my homeboy Bugsy. You dig what I'm talking about? The faithless brother Kevin. You dig what I'm talking about? This his little brother. You dig what I'm talking about? That's that boom bap bliss right there, boy. Shout out to Bugsy on the beats, man. Peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses. Spiritual light in the house. That's my boy. Set apart living. That's the OG. That's the Ummah. That's the Imam. Ahuba. Huh? That's my OD. You dig what I'm talking about? Right there. Set apart living. Oh, we got little baby bird face in the house. This little Cosmon in the house. Shaber in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, baby. Oh, my sister Tikva is in the house. Peace and bless up, family. Yasan Il. Peace to you, King. Salute to the faithists. My brother Yahweh Yah in here. Oh, there you go. I ain't even see it right there. Bless up, my brother Yahweh Yah in the house. Peace, peace, peace to everybody, man. Let's get back into it real quick. Your boy Cosmonian gonna try to make this one quick, man. Share some light on some stuff. You know, as you know, my thing ain't here to teach you what you already know. My thing is here to put together and teach you about the things you don't know. You dig what I'm talking about? 18, 19. All right. Blowing on some of this flipper ting, you dig what I'm talking about? The Rasta herbs heavy clean, huh? The Rasta herbs heavy ital. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, I want to get back into a video that we were viewing last time about Nimrod, and the video is excuse me, hold on one second. The video is about the life and times of Nimrod as told through the book of Joshua, apocryphal text. You dig what I'm saying? So we definitely want to get back into that. Hold on, I had to cancel that real quick. Go back to the screen share. We're going to get back into the brain of Nimrod, right? we're going to get back into the reign of Nimrod. Nimrod was no joke. And he was a giant, right? What are the giant men on earth called, y'all? Anybody? There is a name for them. They're not just called giants. They were a whole race of people. These people are called the Ahua. The I-H-U-A. The Ahua. Or as a group, the Ahuans. You dig what I'm talking about? The Ahuans are half-breeds between the very first people with spiritual ability, or the little people, the pygmy, the mound builder stock, right? And the druks, what could commonly be misunderstood or called the different hominid types. You see what I'm saying? The hominid type to the very first man with spiritual ability, right? So we want to get back into you know, the Ahuans, showing who they were, right? Let me just give you a little quick little because y'all must remember Abram, and everybody we're gonna talk about in this is a giant man. Abram comes from a later stock, so he's smaller than Nimrod and King Og and many of these people that we're going to talk about in the Titanomachy, right? But nonetheless, an Ahuan. And in comparison to the average man today, Abram would have been roughly 10, 11 feet tall. The dudes, roughly 10 feet tall. The dudes we are talking about, as in King Og and Nimrod, are regularly 12 to 15 tall, proportionate men. These guys are giant. You dig what I'm talking about? These are some massive dudes. You dig what I'm talking about? So let's just get a little preview on it. This is the first book of the First Lords, chapter 3, 24 and 25, book of Owaspi. And there began a new tribe on the earth, and they were called Ahuans, because they were half-breeds between the Druks and the Ions. They were half-breeds between the people who got it and the people who didn't get it, as in understanding the Creator. When you hear Druk and Ion is the people who got it because of spiritual ability, also known in the Bible allegorically as able, people with ability, able. And then the Druk, also called Cainite in your Bible. These are the sons of Cain. Now, I want y'all to understand everybody on earth, right? Everybody on earth has these two mixtures in them. You have Ion and you have Druk in you today. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, the Ahuans were red, like copper, and they were taller and stronger than any other people in all the world. These are the giants, y'all. And the Lord commanded the Ahuans, saying, protect ye the Ions, the little people, white and yellow. Call them the sacred people, for ye are of them, and ye are also of the Lord your God. And it was so, right? So just a little background on the information. You dig what I'm talking about? What was the chapter and verse? Yahweh Yadred says, this is the first book of the First Lords, right? First book of the First Lords, right? This is after Sethantes. You dig what I'm talking about? First book of the First Lords. The First Lords come along with Sethantes, right? So What's going on in the book of Septuagints references what was happening in the atmospheric and Etherian heavens. The book of the first lords, because the lords are gods of land, deals with what was happening on the earth and with man at the same time, right? So we are roughly dealing with the time from 75,000 BC to roughly 72,000 BC. Okay, this is what time we're talking about, right? Okay, now let me get to this real quick. Let me show y'all. We're gonna start a little bit. I think this is chapter 8, book of Joshua. But we're gonna get into the history of Nimrod. It's gonna tell you a little bit about Abram. We're gonna start a little bit after Abram's birth, right? Him finding out that his the gods of his father, Terah, are just wood and stone, right? We're gonna get into the building of the Tower of Babel, and then we're gonna show you where the oldest story of the time and who built it, right? We're gonna get into the oldest tale of the Tower of Babel, because they always tell you it's over there in the Middle East somewhere, right? But is that true? Huh? So, as I say, we're gonna get into the stuff we really don't know. Check this out. Nimrod, Part 2, Jehovah Chronicles. Let's get it cracking.
Unto themselves, at that time, every man his god, gods of wood and stone, which could neither speak, hear, nor deliver, and the sons of men served them, and they became their gods. And the king and all his servants and Terah with all his household were then the first of those that served gods of wood and stone. And Terah had 12 gods of large size made of wood and stone, after the 12 months of the year, and he served each one monthly, and every month Terah would bring his meat offering and drink offering to his gods. Thus did Terah all the days. And all that generation were wicked in the sight of the Lord, and they thus made every man his god, but they forsook the Lord who had created them. And there was not a man found in those days in the whole earth who knew the Lord, for they served each man his own god, except Noah and his household, and all those who were under his counsel knew the Lord in those days. And Abram, the son of Terah, was waxing great in those days in the house of Noah, and no man knew it, and the Lord was with him. And the Lord gave Abram an understanding heart, and he knew all the works of that generation were vain, and that all their gods were vain, and were of no avail. And Abram saw the sun shining upon the earth, and Abram's
Yaso Fit, my brother Yaso Fit says UBTV says it's in Canada. We gonna see. I say UBTV is wrong, and then I'm gonna show you why. Because here in OSP, you did what I'm talking about as faith is. We don't just say nothing without backing it up to show why we believe what we believe. But let's get back into it.
Said unto himself, Surely now this sun that shines upon the earth is God, and him will I serve. And Abram served the sun in that day, and he prayed to him. And when evening came, the sun set as usual. And Abram said within himself, Surely this cannot be God. And Abram still continued to speak within himself, Who is he who made the heavens and the earth? Who created upon the earth? Where is he? And night darkened over him, and he lifted up his eyes towards the west, north, south, and east. And he saw that the sun had vanished from the earth, and the day became dark. And Abram saw the stars and moon before him, and he said, Surely this is the God who created the whole earth as well as man. And behold, these his servants are gods around him. And Abram served the moon, and prayed to it all that night. And in the morning, when it was light, and the sun shone upon the earth as usual, Abram saw all the things that the Lord God had made upon the earth. And Abram said unto himself, Surely these are not gods that made the earth and all mankind, but these are the servants of God. And Abram remained in the house of Noah, and there knew the Lord and his ways, and he served the Lord all the days of his life. And all that generation forgot the Lord and served other gods of wood and stone, and rebelled all their days. And King Nimrod reigned securely, that all the earth was under his control, and all the earth was of one tongue and words of union. And all the princes of Nimrod and his great men took counsel together, Phut, Mitzrayim, Cush, and Canaan with their families, and they said to each other, Come, let us build ourselves a city, and in it a strong tower, and its top reaching heaven. And we will make ourselves famed, so that we may reign upon the whole earth, in order that the evil of our enemies may cease from us, that we may reign mightily over them, and that we may not become scattered over the earth on account of their wars. And they all went before the king, and they took the king these words, and the king agreed with them in this affair, and he did so. And all the families assembled, consisting of about 600,000 men, and they went to seek an extensive piece of ground to build the city and the tower. And they sought in the whole earth, and they found none like one valley at the east end of Shinar, about 2 days' walk, and they journeyed there, and they dwelt there. And they began to make bricks and burn fires to build the city and the tower that they had imagined to complete. And the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin. And they began to build it. And whilst they were building against the Lord God of heaven, they imagined in their hearts to war against him, and to ascend into heaven.
Now
and
notice,
all these people and all the families divided themselves in 3 parts.
Notice
the first said, We will ascend into heaven and fight against him.
Of the people.
The second said,
Notice the intent of the people, why they say their building is. So God, what they're saying is, so God can't flood the world again. It'll be so tall that the waters won't be able to go above it. Also that they're going to in time go up in war against God. Let's run it back just a little bit. Let's go.
The tower. And they sought in the whole earth, and they found none like one valley at the east end of Shinar, about 2 days' walk, and they journeyed there, and they dwelt there. And they began to make bricks and burn fires to build the city and the tower that they had imagined to complete. And the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin. And they began to build it. And whilst they were building against the Lord God of heaven, they imagined in their hearts to war against him, and to ascend into heaven. And all these people and all the families divided themselves in 3 parts. The first said, We will ascend into heaven and fight against him.
They're going to fight against him.
The second said, We will ascend to heaven and place our own gods there and serve them.
They're going to put their own gods there.
And the third part said, We will ascend to heaven and smite him with bows and spears. And God knew all their works and all their evil thoughts. And he saw the city and the tower which they were building. And when they were building, they built themselves a great city and a very high and strong tower. And on account of its height, the mortar and bricks did not reach the builders in their ascent to it, until those who went up had completed a full year. And after that they reached to the builders and gave them the mortar and bricks. Thus was it done daily. And behold, these ascended and others descended the whole day. And if a brick should fall from their hands and get broken, they would all weep over it. And if a man fell and died, none of them would look at him. And the Lord knew their thoughts, and it came to pass when they were building, they cast the arrows toward the heavens. And all the arrows fell upon them, filled with blood. And when they saw them, they said to each other, Surely we have slain all those that are in heaven. For this was from the Lord, in order to cause them to err, and in order to destroy them from off the face of the ground. And they built the tower and the city, and they did this thing daily until many days and years were elapsed. And God said to the 70 angels who stood foremost before him, to those who were near to him, saying, Come, let us descend and confuse their tongues, that one man shall not understand the language of his neighbor. And they did so unto them. And from that day following they forgot each man his neighbor's tongue, and they could not understand to speak in one tongue. And when the builder took from the hands of his neighbor lime or stone which he did not order, the builder would cast it away and throw it upon his neighbor, that he would die. And they did so many days, and they killed many of them in this manner. And the Lord smote the 3 divisions that were there, and he punished them according to their works and designs. Those who said, "We will ascend to heaven and serve our gods," became like apes and elephants. And those who said, "We will smite the heaven with arrows," the Lord killed them, one man through the hand of his neighbor. And the third division of those who said, "We will ascend to heaven and fight."
So notice he said one turned into apes. And what did he say? Elephants, apes, and elephants. Let me run it back.
Killed many of them in this manner. And the Lord smote the three divisions that were there, and he punished them according to their works and designs. Those who said, "We will ascend to heaven and serve our gods," became like apes and elephants.
Like apes and elephants. I believe that what they're saying at this point is that they began to retrograde in stock, right? Becoming more animal-like and beast-like, right?
And those who said, "We will smite the heaven with arrows," the Lord killed them.
Right? But he killed them through his own brother's hands. Notice that the gods, right, are not doing the killing themselves. They're inspiring other men or actual men, you dig what I'm talking about, to kill their own brothers, right? We know what happened to the spirits of those slain in war, right? They are birthed in chaos, right? Why would the God do that? Even in his so-called anger. I think it is that the God didn't know. Or if he knew that he could come, easily scoop these people up, constrain them, and put them as warrior slaves in their army, in his army,
One man through the hand of his neighbor. And the third division of those who said, "We will ascend to heaven and fight against him," the Lord scattered them throughout the earth. And those who were left amongst them, when they knew and understood the evil which was coming upon them, they forsook the building, and they also became scattered upon the face of the whole earth. And they ceased building the city and the tower. Therefore he called that place Babel, for there the Lord confounded the language of the whole earth. Behold, it was at the east of the land of Shinar. And as to the tower which the sons of men built, the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up 1/3 part thereof. And a fire also descended from heaven and burnt another third, and the other third is left to this day. And it is of that part which was aloft, and its circumference is 3 days' walk. And many of the sons of men died in that tower, a people without number. Chapter 11.
Deep. Right? That's deep. Now we learned about a Babel, right? We learned about a Babel, right? And remember, we also learned about a tower. Understand? Right? But a Babel is a tower of words. When you have what today is called a compound language, and you find these three compound languages that are not spoken anymore, all spoken by the same general genetic type of people, being Shemitic. But dig this. Let's find out what a Babel is for real. Right? This is the Lord's fifth book. The Lord's fifth book, chapter 2, right? And just so y'all know who we talking about, right? Let me just read. Let me go. We're going to go to chapter. This is chapter 2. We're going to start at verse 4, right? But just to let you know who we talking about, we're going to start at 1. Then we're going to drop to 4. Watch this. Chapter 2, verse 1. Shem had many tribes who settled on the borders of the Sea of Havienti and Gats, and the Lord, Hertu, dwelt with them, speaking through the chief prophet Ta, or what is called Tak, who made a record on stone and wood and cloth of the Lord's words, and these were preserved in the Valens, house of God, Hitu, also in America called a Teocalli, the house of God, called in ancient Egypt a pyramid. So these are all the same things, right? But let's drop down. Verse 4, right? Well, actually, let's read some more. Let's just start at 1. Let's go to verse 2, right? And when Ty was old and died, the mantle of the Lord's gifts, or the ability of Susan, Sargus, and Eve, fell on Ty's son, who also had power to hear the voice. And he also kept a record of the Lord's words. And when he died, his son succeeded in the same way. And because of this truth, the Lord called all of them by the sacred name Ta, or also could be pronounced Te, right? The order of which continued for 100 generations. So let's look. What does anybody know, or can you tell your boy real quick before I jump on this thing and toot it up real quick? Because I think that's 3,300 years. I think that's 3,300 years real quick. You know, we always like to be right and exact. 33 times 100, 3,300. Dig what I'm talking about? So for 100 years, for 3,300 years previous to the time of the book of Osiris, right? Hold on. Let me show y'all something. We don't just be talking. We don't just be talking. We put everything to the test, right? We put everything on the flow, right? Hold on, let me get back to my to the arc cycles. Let me get back to my arc cycle chart. Show y'all boys real quick. Where is my arc cycle chart? Right? See, this is the dopeness of a WASPy, right? Because it allows you to not only read the information, but it becomes, you know, extremely more logical when you can put these things on a timeline, right? When you can put these events on a timeline, right? And then go back, here we go, and look for these things in history, or gives you an idea, you know, of even how to wrap your mind around certain times and situations. Hold on, I want to blow it up a little bit more. Let me get up in there a little bit. There we go. Let me share my screen with you real quick. Let me share my screen. Timetables of prophecy. Huh? Jehovah say all things will be revealed. Well, when, Jehovah? Now. You dig what I'm talking about? Now listen, Owaspi just gave you a time. So we know when these things are happening. We are in the book of Osiris, right? Right? So, boom. We are in the Ark of Day, ran by the the Orion chief. What? Looky Lika boss. Leaky, he said even higher than my dog. And listen, Osiris nothing to play with. True gunman them. Huh? Real gunman them. Do a big man team. You hear me? Now look at this. Look at this right here. This is the greatness of Owaspy. Everybody call all these people master teachers. Ask them what year it is. Huh? Tell them when you telling me all these things. About, I'm supposed to be proud of this and my heritage and I'm black and I'm Aboriginal. But you can't put it on a timeline. And then you got to go back. No offense. No offense to anybody, because you know we don't do that color shit here. But you got to go back to a white man and have him carbon date whatever it is that you trying to find for yourself. You still need this man, but you're going to turn around and hate on him. You dig what I'm talking about? Because ain't none of y'all got no carbon dating machines. None of you. You dig what I'm talking about? Not a one of you. Okay. So we are in the Lord's 5th book during the 21st arc cycle after the creation of man, or from 12,200 years before the Cosmine era, or roughly, well, that now is 374 years now, right? Or from 12,200 years ago to 8,900 years ago, or 10,353 BC to 7,053 BC. This 300 years. But listen, the time we are looking for, right, is a 3,300 year span of time previous to this. Now look at Owaspy, right? You say, where was we at? And when his son, and then he died, and his son succeeded in the same way. And because of the truth, and because of this truth, the Lord called all of them by the sacred name Ta, and the order of which continued for 100 generations previous to the time of Osiris, or the 21st arc cycle. Guess what? 3,300 years. Look what's in the 20th arc cycle. It's 3,200 years itself. So 100 years into the 19th arc cycle, down to the 21st arc cycle, 100 years before the end of the arc cycle, or from 653 BC, right, to this time, 10,000, right? 10,353 BC. 3,300 years, right? Right next to it is, look at this, 3,200 years. So they had been keeping time. Look what we're talking about. They had been keeping this order of Ta since the Ark of Rupta under the Orion chief Apollo. What did Apollo even come to Earth to do? He came to give man symmetry. Look at this. symmetry of man was done under the auspices of the Orion chief Apollo in the arc of Rupta, the 19th arc cycle after the creation of man. 2 arc cycles, or 6,000 plus years after the great flood. So let's go back. See how Oahspe enlighten you with the time, so you're not guessing, you're not thinking. It started 100 years before the end of the 19th arc cycle, so 13,653 BC, or 15,500 years ago. Down to the 21st arc cycle, where they're writing about it 3,300 years later, from 353 BC to 753 BC, a 3,300 year span of time. Look at Oahspe, man. Can't nobody hold a candle to this book. Nothing. You can't do nothing with Oahspe. Let it go. You did what I'm talking about. Come and build with us. Come talk with us. We already see you scared to debate us. Why? Because we can bring this type of information out. Right? And it came to pass that the Ions filled the country far and near with cities. And yet, right? Mind you, this is in between 10,000. This is 10,000. And they did it in between here too. But we talking about 10,353 BC. They say the Ions filled the country far and wide with cities, and yet in all the while they killed nothing. No animals, no men, no war, no nothing. Right? The people of the Most High killed nothing that had been created alive to breathe on earth or in the water or in the air above. Now, dig this. Now, in the early days of the Ions, right, the Lord spake through the chief prophet, saying, when the inhabitants of one city or tribe marry with those of another city or tribe, behold, it is but just that the names of the father and mother be given to the offspring. This is key. This is your compound language. This is in the ancient Indian. When I say Indian, I mean East Indian, ancient Hindu, ancient Hindustan. This is called the Vedic, where one simple word. Hold on, let me throw it on camera real quick. Where one simple word, right? Let's say the word wheat, right? The word wheat in the South is called wheat. In the North, it's called da, right? In the East, it's called ta. And in the West, it's called sa. So we got, when the people from the North come to the South trying to ask for wheat, they're going to say da, and they're going to point at the wheat. They're going to say wheat. So now wheat has become, between these two people, we die. But now we got to trade with the East. And we're trying to trade for wheat. Right? So we got we die, and they call it ta. So we go there and we say we. They say, we point at the motherfucking wheat. They say, oh, ta. They say, oh. He say, and so the guy from the South say, da. He say, well, we ain't got no da. He point at the wheat. He say, the guy on the East say, oh, ta. So now it's we da ta. See how the languages are compounding? And then we deal with the people in the West who call it Sa, right? So now it's we, da, ta, sa. And over time, languages changes. So the names began to grow long and and it was different languages in between the people. And it's hard for people to advance when they don't speak the same languages. When they don't speak the same language, it is hard for people to advance. You know what I mean? Because everybody's saying something and everything is unintelligible. This is a babble. Here we go, right? Behold, it is but just that the names of the father and mother be given to the offspring. But men were in darkness in those days. This is a babble, and understood not God. So accordingly, the inhabitants combined the names belonging to the neighboring tribes. That is to say, one tribe said, okay, oot for wheat, right? Another tribe for the same thing said yacht. And another tribe said wat. And another hoot. You see what I'm saying? This is a compound language. That language in America, right here in America, but remember, we're talking about the Shemitic strains, right? Y'all was always wondering how the Naga and the Maya got to India and was in America, and was in America, and got to India all at the same time, because they the same people. Listen, speaking a compound language, what is it called? What is it called, Cosmine? Huh? Well, over there in India, right? They call it the Vedic, and later the Sanskrit, right? Over here in America, it is called the Yeehaw language. You ain't never even know where that even came from. You ain't even know why Aboriginals said that. Where yeehaw had came from. Because that is the name of the ancient language. Come on, Cosmon, come on with it some more then, right? That is to say, one tribe said oot, wheat. Another tribe for the same thing said yacht. And another tribe said wat. And another hoot, and so on. So the after generation said oot yat wat hoot, which meant wheat, all the same word. And this was called the what? The Yeehaw language. And so great were the number of the size of the words used that the writing of the ancient prophets were lost because none could understand them. Right? Let me show you an example real quick before I go far. Let's go to I think this is the book of God's word. Right? Or this is the first book of God, right? Now remember, how you get a name to a tribe is by taking the mother's and the father's name and adding that, right? You add that onto the child. So, for instance, right? If y'all go back, I broke this down in my 10 great Algonquin kings of America and the first 18 Negro tribes here in America. I think that's lesson 4 or 5. You did what I'm talking about. But I want to show y'all how it's done also here. And we're going to get it. And see, the crazy part is if you follow the line of light, which is truth, you would never think in a million years Nimrod, right? Or the Babel connects you, or when they tell you it's way over there in India and in the Middle East and in Africa, you'd never be able to connect the lines to not see the differences, but to understand the oneness, right? Not the differences, the oneness of the line of light that would lead you all the way here to America, right? So let me show you how the names of the tribe come about, right? Now, look. Now, remember, the Ahuans was giant niggas. I hate to say it this way. It is what it is. Primarily niggas. There was white ones too. Just depend on wherever you lived at. Wherever. Same mode as man is today, so were the Ions. The world is primarily melanated. Get over it. You dig what I'm talking about? But look, here in America, right? The first Ahuan's name was Oidu, right? And his wife was named Una. And they begot Owina, Dan, Shusa, but they had no more heirs. At a time soon after, the second man, tribe, right? When they say man, it's not just one man. This is a tribe, right? The second man, whose name was Kakau, right? And whose wife was named Whis, begot Soma, Pana, Kaak, Kubak, and Jesem. And these were the first tribes of the Ahuans, of the giant nigger stock in the land of Gautama, aka America, after the flood. But after the flood is 22,553 BC. This happened in the same year. Right? Before the Ark of Noah is done, right? Let's look back up here. 17 ark cycle. Look right here. From 23,153 BC to 19,553 BC. 600 years after the start of this date, or the beginning of the Ark of Noah, Noah's Ark, Ark of Noah. Come on, niggas. Smarten up. Noah is a time, not a man. 600 years after the beginning of this date, or 22,553 BC, the flood happens. Takes 5 months for the stuff to go down, right? For the water, 5-6 months for the water to go down, right? You still in 22,553 BC. But guess what? After this date, after 22,553 BC, right? To this day, right? 19,553 BC is 3,000 years. In that 3,000 years, 3,000 of the 3,600 year span of time of the Ark of Noah, right? The Ahuans are birthed again before the Ark cycle is even done. So this is what we're talking about. This is the time we're talking about. 22,553 BC, where the first Ahuan's name was Oidu. Huh? Right? Let's go to 9, right? This is first book of God, chapter 24, right? We in verse 9. You dig what I'm saying? And these were the first tribes of the Ahuans in the lands of Gautama. Stop with that Turtle Island shit. That's like calling yourself black. That is what somebody else called you, not what you called yourself. You dig what I'm talking about? Somebody told you, well, actually, you told somebody else about a story, and then they came back and told it to you. Now you believe in it. And they got mythical monsters and goddamn turtles that come down and pull up whole continents. When you was telling them about vortexian energy and continental drift, and you did what I'm talking about, earthquakes and You did what I'm talking about. This what you told these unlearned people who now you have been indoctrinated to believe what they talking about. And I'm talking about the Algonquins told the Iroquois. And now you calling this place Turtle Island when you all always called this place Guatemala. Huh? Ancient America, the land of the 4 tribes. If anybody out there know that America is the land of the 4 tribes, let me get a 4. Let me get a 4 in the chat. I'm going to hit you with my Malachi Maccabee today. Let me get a 4 in the chat real quick. Throw some 4s in the chat. If y'all knew America was and this is why it's a cross. You go to the oldest places in America. You go down to another place we're going to show today, Teotihuacan, right? Remember, the oldest giant niggas, right, built the pyramids, and they left their names in the cities. Hold on, let me show you. Split your motherfucking wig real quick. One time for the one time. They left their names in the city. Ain't the city of the sun Teotihuacan? What are the giant people called? Ahua. They built Teo, the city of the Ahuans. Hua, Teotihuacan, land. Teotihuacan. Who built Teotihuacan? Huh? The Ahuans. Massive geometric polygonal style architecture down there, done here in America. But so what? They even got stuff bigger and older over there in China. Because what we know, the Sun Kingdoms went what? East to west. All right. But look, let me show you how they put the names together, right? Right? Let me show you. Right? Now, let's drop down to verse 10, right? This is First Book of God, chapter 24, verse 10. Now, in the valley of Owak, by the river of Hojiwan, right? Which is in Colombia, right? Gichi, Jehoivih created another tribe, and they called the Bakau. And to the north of them, in the mountains, another tribe, right, called Mihao Angotoba. And their tribes commingle, right? And Gichi, God, not Gichi Manito, right? Not Gichi, the creator. See, we've always known that, right? Named them the Bakau Miowa Wantango Toba. When the tribes mixed, it just became this long ass name. So after a while, like they said, the names and the spellings became unintelligible. The writings of the ancients came unintelligible. You couldn't tell what was who was what, because now you start to get names like one of my favorite kings, right? One of my favorite kings, right? Let's turn to chapter 25, First Book of God, right? Where it say these were the principal gods of that day, right? Now, when we talking about the first book of God, we are actually talking about this time, the 22nd arc cycle, well, 21st and 22nd arc cycle, 7,000 years BC, right? To roughly 4,000 years BC is a 3,100 year span of time, called the Ark of Lu, under the Orion chief, or what you called an archon, the head angelic spirit for the 3,100 years of the Ark of Lu. is named Phregapati. He also brought in the boy Zarathustra. What y'all know about Zarathustra, the all pure? Who your Jesus is trying to be like? Don't you know that all good things in the world come from faithists? Right? So it is that language, right, that has been compounded. Let me stop sharing that. Over the years, right? That is the yeehaw. Yeehaw! Don't that sound good coming out you? You dig what I'm talking about? Don't it sound good coming out you? You know it do. It feel good. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna get off into this real quick though, right? Because remember, we was talking about this big old building. You dig what I'm talking about? That supposedly Nimrod built, right? And Nimrod also has an equivalent in tales in America. Do y'all know who that is? Do y'all know who the builder of the city of Teotihuacan is? The largest pyramid in the world. And remember, they said it's only a third of it left. Crazy part is they think it possibly 20 to 25,000 years old, and it's in 3 different sections. It was built on top of something that was built on top of something that was built on top of something. You dig what I'm talking about? Do y'all know the story or the name of the person who, listen, survived the flood, right? And then comes on to build the greatest and biggest pyramid, right? By landmass, right? In the world. Bigger than the Great Pyramid of Egypt, of Osiris. You dig what I'm talking about? Do y'all know who that is? His name is Shahua. Huh? I told you, what's the people name? Ahuan. So they're great, what they call him, they say he was a warrior, but he was a scientist named Shell. X-E-L. Shell. And he was Hua. So hence his name, Shalua. Also, Anglicized and spoken today, it's called Cholula. So the Great Pyramid of Cholula is, they're actually trying to say the Great Teocalli or God House of Shahua. Cholula, Shahua. We know Shahua is right because the people who are giants, who they say Shahua is, he readily admits I'm a giant, right? He says, we know that they are called what? Ahuin. That's right, Sister Tikva. Iwata, right? Straight of that same Ahuin, Negroidal stock, Aboriginal, copper skin, look like me. Iwata look like me. He don't look like the man up in Canada called Native American, dancing around, look, he's doing all that. Iwata wasn't them. Nothing wrong with my brother. Shout out to my Native brothers, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to them, man. Because they kept a lot of the history that they were given. And thank you to you, because, you know, after what we went through here, which was prophesied that we was going to go through it. Y'all didn't go through slavery. You dig what I'm talking about? Native Americans. And you are not the most despised man on earth. So we know that information didn't come from you, but thankfully to you, Asio to you, Halito to you, brothers. You dig what I'm talking about? Because y'all was even in a secondhand way able to keep many of the stories going and alive, man. You dig what I'm talking about? When you came into contact with the Algonquin people who was here, you picked up and added to what you had going on when y'all got here from Mongolia, Russia, Northern Canada, Alaska, when y'all got here from there. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm not saying y'all haven't been here a long time. I'm just saying y'all not indigenous to America. Either way. And we don't. And proof of that is the Negro produces every race with no help. No need for admixture. Why? Because we was already admixed when we got here. We already had some of the what they call Hamitic type, or the nigga with the tight head. We already had or basically we had the Guatamian type, the Hamitic type. You dig what I'm talking about? The Japhethian type in the Yista. You dig what I'm talking about? Excuse me. Guatamian, Ham, Shem, and Yafet. We had them types already. This is why this is the land of the four tribes, the land of the cross, the promised land, right? Yeah, you dig what I'm saying? So the sister set apart living say, so we came here from Pan directly. You heard the stories of Mu. Where is Mu? What if I told you Mu was the southeast part of the continent of Pan, which is now sunken and is the floor of the Pacific? What if I told you that the what is them Indians? It's a mountain in Northern California called Shasta, right? Shasta, Mount Shasta, the Mount Shasta Indians, right? Not the Mount Shasta Indians say they are Indians who live in the mountain, who practice a festival, and they do this today, an ancient festival of surviving a great cataclysm, right? They survive a great cataclysm, and it is called the Festival of Gautama. What? Nobody know that name. If you ain't a faithist, you don't know what Gautama means. You think it got something with Buddha, because they call him Gautama Buddha or Sakaya Buddha of Gautama. But him mama named him Sakaya, right? That's the real Buddha that the false deity took the name to usurp because it was a name on earth already praised. Even though Sakaya, the true Buddha, you did what I'm talking about? And even though that term is erroneous, because Buddha, just like Brahma, just like Allah, just like Christ, means all high knowledge. So we know no man, Buddha, Brahma, whoever he was, can be the all high knowledge. Only the creator, right? Now watch this. Let me show y'all something. I don't just be talking. Cause mom, I talk a lot. I talk a lot. You dig what I'm talking about? But I back this up though. Remember, the people are called Ahua. Look what T-O means city. C-A-N means Khan, right? Means land. You dig what I'm talking about? I want to, let me cancel this. I got to share my screen with y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? Look, the whole name of the people is in the name of the city. Ahua. I can't make it up. Watch this. You think this is just coincidence? Look at this. Look at the name of the people. I mean, the city. Teo. Right? They say Teo T. No, it's Teot Ahua Khan. Teo Ahua Khan. The T, the second T, is silent. So it's like it's almost not there. It's not Teo T Hua Khan. It's Teo Ahua Khan. You dig what I'm talking about? But look at the name of the people, the giant men. Does it make sense why they built in such and how they could build massively like that? If everybody is 15 feet tall, 1,800 pounds, strapping, and warrior type strong, take pride in this shit, carved up the Mississippi, carved up the Missouri, carved up the Rio Grande. These boys carved them out. Right? This is how a lot of this massive work was done. And they hide this history, man. They got a what is this thing called? The Smithsonian, right? They got this thing called the Smithsonian, right? They hide everything. I ain't gonna lie. The Smithsonian get his hands on it, it's out of there. You ain't gonna never see it again. You dig what I'm talking about? What should say the portal in Mount Shasta is interesting? Yeah. But what I'm telling you is during the festival, right, when them portals is supposed to be activating that festival, right, it's called the Festival of Gautama, where they say, this is what they say, this is what the Indians of Mount Shasta say. They came from a land that sunk, right? They came from a land that sunk to this place that they know is called Gautama, right? What's in the middle of America, everybody? The landing place, the very landing place of the first Ions after the flood, 22,553 BC, around the month of October, right? What is the middle of our country called? It is called Guatemala. The land of the 4 tribes of the Americas, North, Central, and South, are called Guatemala. And it's one of the 5 major land masses, right? Noah got a 5-part story, not just 3, not just Ham, Shem, Yafet. He got Ham, Shem, Yafet, Gautama, and Yista. 2. Yista. Mean, you dig what I'm talking about? But let's tie it in real quick. Let's tie it in with the babble, right? Cosmon just don't be talking. Huh? Why you be just talking, Cosmon? Oh no. Dig this.
The city where the giant gods settled. Aztec legends explain, among many other things, how the Great Pyramid of Cholula and the city of the Teotihuacan gods was built by giants. One of these giants was called Zelua and lived during the time of the universal flood.
Hold on, we got to run it back because y'all might have missed that. Listen. Remember, when you're looking for spiritual things, right? The more spiritually or more towards the creator, you dig what I'm talking about? The more like the creator, the more high, the more light, the more insightful a thing can be. Push it to those extremes. When you're spiritually looking for the a definition of a thing, it is more likely in that way. So You look what I'm talking about? Remember that. Dig this. Listen, y'all. Check this out. Tio. Ahuacan. What are the people called? Ahuans. Check it out.
Khan, the city where the giant gods settled.
The
Aztec
giant
legends
gods.
explain, among many other things, how the Great Pyramid of Cholula and the city of the Teotihuacan gods was built by giants.
Huh?
One of these giants was called Zelu.
What's his name? Didn't I tell you? Shelhua. And he lived during the time of the universal flood. Well, when was the time of the universal flood? Cosmon. 23rd arc, 17th arc cycle after the creation of man, or 51,000 years after the creation of man. In the ark of Noah, not a boat. How you measure time. Time is measured in what? Arcs. Noah's ark, the ark of Noah. It is a time, not a man. 553 BC. Second month, seventh day. Exactly.
And lived during the time of the universal flood. If we take a look at the Aztec mythology, we will find a hidden treasure of incredible stories and fascinating stories from a time when the giants dominated the earth. Aztec mythology, like many other mythologies around the world, mentions how thousands of years ago, giants walked the earth. According to ancient Aztec mythology, the old Cholula complex and especially the construction of the earth-made pyramid is attributed to Zelua. According to mythology,
check it out. Shelhua, Cholula.
The earth was inhabited by giants. But after a massive flood, all the remaining giants became extinct. Zelua, who survived the flood, built what we know today as Cholula, which is the largest archaeological site in the ancient world, as well as the largest known pyramid that exists in the world today.
Huh?
Zelua wanted to build a massive structure so high that it reached the sky. But Tenochtitlan, father of all gods, creator and god of fertility, worshipped for populating the earth and making it bear fruit, saw this as an offense and threw a stone from heaven. This.
Huh? Let's stop it right there. Let's stop it right there. We know what time he talking about. Right? Hold on. We know what time he talking about. Let me go on screen real quick. Let me bring it back. We know what time he talking about. Right? They said there was a flood. I asked the question, which flood? There have been multiple floods. The creator just said he wasn't going to destroy the world with one again. That one was during the last glacial super maximum, right? When they say 25,000 years ago, just like we saying it was 22,553 BC exactly. But we know that in this book, right, that they're talking about a time much later, right? They're talking about a time after the flood, right? Not much later, but they're talking about a time after the flood, but they're also connecting to different things. The god Teinoa Chutli, right? That is the god Fragapati, because these things, right? First book of God is taking place during the Ark of Lu. So to prove that, you would have to show there was a massive destruction from the earth, from the air at that time. It has already been proven in science that an earthquake around 40, not an earthquake, but a asteroid at around 4,500 BC dragged its tail through our atmosphere. Owaspy reveals that started happening at that time too. 4553 BC, all the way down to 3973, or 20 years before, after the time Abram was born. and 20 years before the beginning of the 23rd arc cycle with the Ark of Spita, also misunderstood as the Ark of the Covenant. Right? Now dig this. So if you go 18, okay, so we know that these great destructions, right, happen on time. Great changes in the earth happen at certain times. 24,000 years after the flood, we got Cosmon, a great change. But what happened at 12,000 years, half that 24? We find the Younger Dryas. Okay, add 6,000 to that, or 18,000 years, right? What do we have? We find that history and science shows us that a comet, its tail and its material in the tail precipitated to the earth. And then we find in the story of Nimrod, in the story of Jehoivih, and remember Nimrod told you, I'm older than Noah, but I mean Abram, but I had dealings with Abram. So remember, we're talking about two different times. And people get in the story and trying to connect it, a story that's older than them, and trying to connect it to their time. And then scholars after them trying to get in the story from the sooner ancient time and conflating both as if one thing happened, but it's two. One is one, not even one type of destruction happened. Many types of destruction happen. Proven through the rocks of the earth and through science today. But let's get back to this, right? Now they're saying fire, brimstone, substance from on high fell from the heaven and burned this place up, right? We look on the record at that time, 4553 BC, right? Or halfway through the 22nd arc cycle, we find that historically. So it's very interesting, very interesting. Let's get back to it real quick. Let's get back to it. Let's go back just a little bit. Go back just a little bit.
Creator and God of fertility, worshipped for populating the earth and making it bear fruit, saw this as an offense and threw a stone from heaven. This killed many builders and caused the construction to stop. The country of Anahuac was inhabited by giants, who perished in the flood, or according to legend, became fish, except for 7 of them, who fled to the caverns. When the waters calmed down, one of the giants with the nickname of the Architect went to Cholula, and as a memorial of what happened there, he built a pyramid-shaped artificial hill with the help of his 6 brothers. Later, he ordered that bricks be made in the province of Tiahuanaco, at the foot of the Sierra de Soco, and be taken to Cholula. He formed a line of men who passed them from hand to hand. The gods contemplated with anger the building, whose top part was to reach the clouds. Irritated at the daring attempt, the gods threw fire on the pyramid.
Hold on, we just can't let that pass. Did you see now the massive polygonal construction that we find at places like Tiahuanaco and Teotihuacan, you dig what I'm talking about, are massive. They said they was passing these junks hand to hand. And remember, the stuff that we built, that we see today that's built at the top, there's stuff way older, way bigger at the bottom. So we just can't let that just walk past us. But let's go ahead, go back a little bit, bring it back.
The gods contemplated with anger the building, whose top part was to reach the clouds. Irritated at the daring attempt, the gods threw fire on the pyramid. A large number of workers perished and work was suspended. The monument was finally dedicated to Quetzalcoatl. Zelua was one of the 7 giants. According to Aztec culture, and it was he who, according to the versions, built not only the Great Pyramid of Cholula, but one of the most mysterious ancient cities of Central America, Teotihuacan. Today, the Great Pyramid of Cholula is mostly covered by a Catholic church built by the conquerors who, unknowingly, erected the structure on what would be the largest pyramid on Earth. As noted by ancient
It was so
Aztec
big they didn't know.
mythology, before the Great Pyramid of Cholula finished, the fire fell on it, causing the death of its builders and abandonment of the work. It could be possible that structures like that of Cholula and others scattered around the world are ancestral testimony of humanity, of giants that preceded us. What do you think about the existence of giants in ancient times? Leave us your comments. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on, let me stop sharing. Let me go back. Let me go back, share the screen a little bit. Hmm? 22,553 right here, 17th arc cycle, right? The ark of Noah, right? 12,000 years later, or half a cycle, or 24,000 years, right? During the Ark of Osiris, as I explained in my Ice Age Gods and Glacial Maximums video. Y'all should go back and check that out. Sub, like, share. You dig what I'm talking about? And get that going on right there. Half of that, right? Half of this time, right? 6,000 years, right? 6,000 years from 10,353 BC. We find ourselves in 25 or 45,53 BC. 6,000 years. Science has proven that a comet didn't hit the planet, but its material fell to the planet. Hot, molten, lava, fire-like. So, but we understand that these buildings were being built all the way back here, 20,000 BC. So over time, right? Remember, they had a record, right? A record that went back all the way to 13,653 BC. This is when they had kept the record. So could this possibly be the first building around here? 6,000 years later, we have a second stack or tower, because remember they were built in levels. You know what I mean? And again, right here, 6,000 years later, right? 4553 BC, 4500 BC, right? We have a third iteration where it got stopped because of atmospheric material heated. Could you imagine lava falling on you from the sky? Chicken Little, the sky is falling, right? But let's get to it real quick, right? We left off, right? Giving y'all a brief history of the last of the Raphaim mentioned in the Bible. His name is Og, right? The king of Bashan. You dig what I'm talking about? Or what is commonly known today as Northern Helestia, Turkey, and all the way into Europe, right? Remember, they built at so-called Nimrod's palace at the eastern portion of the plain of Shinar, right, which would be Babylon, Mesopotamia, Uruk, all the places down there by the Persian Gulf and in eastern Mesopotamia, right where they say it was built, right? Okay, so we left off with Og telling a little bit about his brief history and getting into the 100,000 giant war, right? So dig this. We're gonna backtrack a little bit. Og tells his brief history. This is from the Lost Book of King Og, released from the Vatican vaults by a Vatican Catholic priest who later on in time becomes a faithist. And he brought this information out. Lesta, queen of the Raphaim. Remember, what's the difference between the Raphaim and the Nephilim? Circumcision. That's it. All Nephilim are giant men too. Ahoan stock. Right? The only difference between them is what? One circumcised itself. The Nephilim and Nimrod, the Nephilim, circumcised himself. He actually enforced it. It is said during the story of in Joshua, Abraham befuddled really Nimrod is what he did, and Nimrod threw him in the fire, and he couldn't even burn him up. So he took upon the god of, supposedly he praised the god of Abram, right? Okay. This is the brief history of Og. Lesta, queen of the Raphaim, and I, Og, were bred from the spoils, or from the mass orgies, right, of the Raphaim procreative harvest, born of worship to Baal of the moon, born in the temple and reared in the high places. I, Og, trained in both the priesthood of Baal and with the driver and chaser war arts. Lesta became the sorceress before Baal of the moon and a transcriber of words. Others born in the temple and trained in the high places, right? When Baal worshipped in the high places. At that time were, listen to these names. If you have read history, you know these names. Sihon Og, right? Sihon-AG. But we know him as Sihon, right? My brother, he says. Ohaya, Hahaya, right? My way. If you've read the books of Enoch, these names should be familiar. If you've read the stories of Gilgamesh, these names should be familiar. Latat, the possessed, right? And Geryon, the heavy. Before the 100,000 giant war, or the Titanomachy, before the confused circumcision, and before the unspoken mistake, there was a time of lush success. Baal of the earth caused the waters to flow and for crops to flourish in all the great land at that time. And the great land was alive. The colors, sounds, and connections of being in the land were bright and different. The feed animals, listen, were sleek and fat. The herds of lizard, elephants, and rhinoceros prospered. These are feed animals, right? This is what they feed on. They raise them up like chickens and goats, pigs. You dig what I'm talking about? Wine flowed. Fruits, nuts, and honey were plentiful. Peace ruled all land. There was no smaller sales in that time. The season, ball of the earth multiplied the nation of the Raphaim. Excuse me. This was during the foreign war between Nimrod and Tarshan. Another name, very familiar. The giant's army, Tarshan the giant's army. Tarshan the giant, who later fought on Og's behalf in the 100,000 giant war. We're going to get into that. Right? Let's get into, there is a book, right? Hold on one second. You know what I mean? Let me roll me up a little flip king. Hold on one second. Okay, so okay, where we leave off at? Okay, now this is the birth of Ogius. This is the son of Og. Many of the stories that we get down through history, right, told about Og or Og, right, are really of his son, Ogius, right? Now listen, this is the birth of Ogius, right? In our 300th year, right? So when Og was 300 years old, him and his wife, right? The year the panic of childbirth seized my wife Lester, right? So she having a baby at 300. After she had become heavy with offspring, she then bore me Ogius, the inheritor. After travailing through great pain and labor, the birthing crippled Lester, his wife, bedridden for 10 years. I took to connecting with Ogius. His breath became my breath. He became a good prince in the eyes of the kingdom and all who surrounded him. I taught him the ways of Ball of the Moon and managing of my kingdom, the ways of the giant lizards. Listen, and the ways of the elephants and rhinoceroses, and the ways of the floating wild beasts. Actually, I got something else I want to show y'all on that too. You dig what I'm saying? On the floating wild beasts, right? Because they show these giant men. They're right here in America, found here in America, right? There are pictures, pictographs, right? Older than any hieroglyphs, right? Written about this time in between 7,000 to 4,500 BC, right? Of giant men here in America riding dinosaurs, killing massive serpents, right? Flying on mythical, or what looks mythical, but Og is saying is all too real. Now, mind you, Og is talking at two different times. At this time, before the 100,000 giant war, we are talking about a time pre-flood, pre-2253 BC, right? So we got to understand that there is dinosaurs and megafauna and serpents of all types and sizes massively on the earth. And then you got to remember where the earth was cosmogony wise or astrologically, right, in the sky is not where it is, or 25,000 years ago is not where it is today. Also, you must remember there was more oxygen on the planet at the time. So think about it. If the trees are big, right, the animals are big, what is man? He big too, right? Bred perfectly and on time to live in such a harsh word. What did they say about the people of Kakao, right? Of the first Negro tribes? They was killers of the Mao and the Ba, or lions and tigers, right? We find out that the lions and tigers, right, that we see around the world, many of them and their oldest kin are indigenous to America. Interesting, right? So, and then, look this up. No, let me write this down, right? I'm gonna write it down because I'm gonna make sure I get back to it, right? And it's something I want y'all to look up called the Ica stones. Ica, I-C-A, right? Found right here in the Americas, South America, Ica stones. And then I want you to think about Fred Flintstone after you get done looking at these Ica stones. But we're going to break them down later. Just give me a minute. We're going to get to the Ica stones, right? Oaks say they riding on it. And on dinosaurs, they breed in them like cats and dogs. They eat in them. Elephants and rhinoceroses, right? Also mastodons. And remember, a mastodon is not an elephant. What is a mastodon more akin to today, Cosmon? The mastodon, or the hogawata, right? The hogawata. And the mastodon is called the hogawata in America, in Africa, in ancient India, and ancient China. They all use the same word for the mastodon, hogawata. A mastodon, even though it was large and similar to a woolly mammoth, they were two totally different animals with two totally different habitats, and they lived two totally different ways. The mammoth is actually a warm area animal. The mastodon could live anywhere, right? The mastodon is the woolly mammoth is akin to a pachyderm, right? Or what we would call an elephant today. The hogawata, or the mastodon, is akin to a pig and was a rooting animal. It literally dug tunnels, right? Big old massive caves. And if you go down in South America, Brazil, all that way, you see these massive caves that are smooth on the side that they could tell something bore them out, but they don't know what it was. Mastodons. Another possibility, we find a lot of mastodon bones around Tennessee, Kentucky, where they're the hilliest or the most not hills, but the most caves, all the way down from St. Louis and Kentucky and Tennessee, Arkansas. It is so many. This is where we find a lot of mastodon bones, not woolly mammoths, mastodons. a lot of mastodon bones, and we find caves everywhere, all through that area, right? Okay, so look, let's get back to the birth of Ogius, right? I then taught Ogius the ways of connection through battle and through acquaintance. He was connected from ball of the moon, sun, ground, or earth, and the host of the skies, or the angels, to the animals, creeping things, and floating wild beasts. Ogius was connected. What is the movie where they got the giant tall blue men? Avatar. Where they got the giant blue men, and they go to another planet, and the people naturally, right? They would jump on the animal and they would connect with the animal, so they would be a one mind. Og is explaining these are arts taught anciently, right? To be in one with the animal, and he was connected with the animals, the creeping things, and the floating wild beasts. What? This is nuts. With favor, I favored him, and with love, I loved him. Could Og love him? That's another thing too. These people were so evil, and even they love their kids, right? Watch this. I entered covenant with Ogius because I loved him as my own soul. I then gave him the skin of Leviathan, right? Also called Leviathan Rahab. Ooh. I then gave him hammered armor. 22,000 BC, they got hammered out armor. You dig what I'm talking about? Steel, copper. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, actually, the very first steel was created by Tubal Cain to kill the very first Leviathan. The very first Leviathan that we hear about come of lore was ruled by Lamech, son of Cain. And his son, Tubal Cain, hated that Lamech has started loving and praising the Leviathan as a god. Set his mind on to kill the Leviathan, in the earth grabbed him up and taught him how to mix steel. Because with the other implements at the time, bronze, copper, all that, they couldn't pierce the Leviathan skin. But this steel, woo, right? I trained him with the driver and chaser, which is a style of weaponry, right? Ogius, the son of Og, proved himself great in war before both Baal and the Raphaim. Because of Ogius, strong ways of connection with the Gantiqua. Anybody heard of the Mahabharata, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita? Well, then you've heard of this Gantiqua. They explain it as a weapon in the ancient Hindu Vedic text, right? But we find out that it's an animal. It's an animal. Because of Ogius's strong ways, right, of war and his connection, right, through, they say, what is through God, ball of the earth, right, and all, ball of the sun, ball of the moon, and all that, right? Because of his spiritual connection, his third eye, right? The Gantiqua soon chose him. Ogius then became the herdsman of the beasts and lizards between the groves of sycamores and figs. When the 100,000 giant war began, Ogius, The inheritor was a leader over many powerful giants in war. Those with the floating beasts, drivers and chasers, and more. The driver and chaser is a weapon system, right, that you can use while fighting on animal back, horseback, in the air, the driver and the chaser. I believe the driver and the chaser to be an ancient form. This is just what my inspiration is telling me. I don't know this for sure, but this is just what my inspiration is telling me. The driver and chaser is an ancient form of bow and arrow. Does that make sense? The driver, right? With your hand, you steer. You dig what I'm talking about? And the chaser, the bow. Poof. It'll chase you down, hawk you down. Driver and chaser, right? It's a war system. It's a weapon system. To me, in my best understanding of what can be compared to it is, or what I believe it is, with the idea of the words of the driver and chaser, is bow and arrow. You dig what I'm talking about? And if you go back into the ancient Vedic text, you dig what I'm talking about? What's going on in the chat? Let me see. Elijah 7. Tikva. Ain't they crazy? Don't them stones look nuts? I told you about. Listen, man. Listen, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, it's so much going on. It's so much going on. I got to light my strip on there. Hold on, let me get back to the get back. Right? Now, remember, when the 100,000 giant war began, Ogius, the inheritor, was a leader over many powerful Raphaim, because the Raphaim were giants too. But remember, there were people who were bigger than the Raphaim that they called giants, right? Those with the floating beast, the driver and chaser, and more, is not the tale of the 100,000 giant war as told to Anak, the keeper of the bodies, and Anzal, the slayer of the smaller cells, before Baal, not transcribed in this very book? He's saying, didn't I tell you about this? Didn't I write it in this book? Don't they say, are not the stories of this and this such person told in the stories of the giants in the hills and in the book of the wars against the Lord? And don't they say all that? Look at, he's saying the same thing. He's saying, nigga, didn't I tell you? I told Anzal and Anak, who writing it right now? The unspoken mistake. Remember, they got this unspoken mistake. They keep bringing it up, and why the moon child is so important, right? This is the last female Raphaim born, right? This is your druk leaning Ahuin. Let's put it together for him. This is your druk leaning Ahuin. Abramanim, who were smaller, no less Ahuin, but were iron leaning. Huh? Both of them copper color. Let's put it together though. Let's talk about this unspoken mistake Nimrod is talking about. And Og is dropping about, right? In the 4th year of drought, right? Remember there were 7 years of a drought? In the 4th year of a drought and frost by night, the false Raphaim and Nephilim priests of Baal of the earth, moon, sun, and all the host of heaven led the giants, the Raphaim, right, to the unspoken mistake. Queen Leicester was henceforth known through both kingdoms as the last of the giant or Raphaim females. Og was that guy, right? He had the last female of his type. The drunk-leaning Ahuin, right? Then you got the iron-leaning Ahuin, who go on to birth people like Iwata, Po, Abram, Brahma, even Moses, right? We should have not trusted the prophets of Baal, whose forecasts and divining became as those who turned the wise backwards and rendered the knowledgeable foolish. I already have spoken of their death. Remember, he chopped them up, burnt up, chopped all the penises, burnt them up, and then had man eat them. The Raphaim was already eating men, but he had regular men, the smaller cells, what they call smaller cells, eat them, right? In this season, the smaller cells were found in both lands from that time forth. Only the smaller cell females were trained to serve in the temples as priestesses and sorceresses. We've heard about this, the sorceress living in the temple and all this, and it's always the sorceress. The oracle for most parts is a young female, right? Going to show I'm just going to show credence to the story that Og is telling, right? Right. The proper use of the smaller cells were as slaves, temple servants, and food for the giant Raphaim. Smaller cell men indeed became food for the giants, and their male offspring were indeed burnt and sacrificed to Baal of the earth, who is also called Molech, right? Baal of the sun called Shemash, right? To Baal of the earth in the hills above the kingdom of Og. Nimrod's kingdom chose to circumcise the males of the smaller cells. He allowed the smaller cells to marry. He didn't sacrifice their offspring as the Raphaim did. Circumcised Nimrod became the champion of the smaller cells and their great circumcised hunter. But as Og reveals, he was eating them niggas on the low. He was still eating them too. Don't get it twisted. He wasn't no better. But this is how his fame grew, right? Let's talk about the moon child. Why Og hate Nimrod so much? My teeth grind and my throat rumbles as I tell Anak the root of my hatred for Nimrod, with hope that the fruit will bear upward. So he trying to kill the nigga even in the afterlife. He hate him so much. You see, many years after the unspoken mistake, Baal of the moon sorceresses prophesied that Leicester would be with a Raphaim moon child. Right? Could this be? Now, remember they saying the irons was white and yellow, but the white was more like moon aura. Could that have been a child birthed and leaning iron? Could that mean she was just bringing back or had a child with an iron man? That would, for all senses and purposes, bring their genetic stock back up, right? Just a thought. I'm just saying. Leicester was past the years of childbirth. Remember, 300 when she had the child, and still afflicted by the wounds of Ogeus, the inheritor's birth, right? So at least, let's say Ogeus is 20, she's 320 plus years old, right? Leicester mocked and ridiculed the sorceress to scorn for the prophecy. Same thing that Sarah did. The priestess warned Leicester not to mock Baal of the moon. After I am worn and waxed old, and my Og is old too, will we have delight? Uh-oh. That sounds just like Sarah and Abba, huh? Listen. In Leicester's anger, she removed herself from the place of worship to her forest, resided there until the end of her days. The sacrifices continued. The sorceresses then prophesied, saying, Baal will bring Og's history forth. The moon child of Og will be Baal's legacy, and the unspoken mistake has killed its thousands, and the moon child will restore tens of thousands. Now, it's also curious to know that Baal is El Adonai, and Shamash, who is calling for these sacrifices, these blood type sacrifices. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's interesting to know that later on, right, Baal and Ashtaroth, or El Adonai and Yahweh's, right? Listen to me. El Adonai and Yahweh, Baal and Ashtaroth, their plan to get Israel off track and to gain spiritual inspiration over the Israelites was also sexual, just like we just spoke about, changing up the genetics. Remember, Yahweh Ashtaroth inspired Canaanite women to come upon the sons of the Israelites, right? These people in time, almost 400 years go on to overthrow the peace policy of the Israelites and later on become the people we know as Jews, not the Israelites. The Israelites later on become a people called the Essenes, the Nazarenes, but they've always been faithful. Two different peoples. So when you say Jew and Israelite, and also when you say Hebrew, they are three different things. Not all necessarily the same thing either. You dig what I'm talking about? Because a Hebrew can be, an Israelite can be a Hebrew and not be a Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? And a Jew is not necessarily an Israelite, nor a Hebrew. So it can a little confusing. Me and the brother Don Yahuda, we're going to break that down. You dig what I'm talking about? We're going to have a bill coming up real soon with them brothers at the Scorn Black Man channel. Shout out to Don Yahuda. Shout out to Zabak. Shout out to the brother Hilltop. Man, all them good Israelite brothers over there, man. Shout out to my Israelite Nazarene family. You dig what I'm talking about? Create a gang in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? We all about love and light over here. You dig what I'm saying? You dig what I'm talking about? But look, just wanted to throw that. How you prove what a thing is? You watch what it produces. You watch what it produces. That's how you prove what a thing is. Because you could tell me this apple tree over here is an apple tree all until the time of the end of the harvest. Now, when some oranges come off that apple tree, it's hard to keep telling me that that's an apple tree and there's oranges hanging on it. Now, what kind of apples you say these was again? You see what I'm saying? You got to let a thing prove itself, or you must prove or test all things. Shake it down to its very last compound, to its most basis state, and then take a look at it. You dig what I'm talking about? This is why you're not going to know who Israel is today, because you're going to have to look at the deeds. You're not going to know who Ego Quim today, per se. You dig what I'm talking about? You're going to have to look at the deeds. Remember, they gonna say, the people going to look back and say, man, I wonder what happened to them first faithers that come from Abram. Whatever happened to them people that came from Moses? And Creator said he revealing them people in the Cosmine era today, man. If you got this book in your hand, listen, you are already on the way. Jehoivih is undefeated. I'm trying to tell you. He cold with it. He cold with it. Y'all got to understand, there's been a Cosmine on every single planet that there is a planet. Where there's a man at, and that's trillions. Trillions of habitated planets. He's done this every time there's this 3,000 year span in the optimal time for that man, the men to exist on whatever planet, just like we're doing here. That optimal time here is 144,000. Look, let's get back to this, man. It gets you thinking, but notice how Baal was using genetics back then. And he used the same under the name genetic process to breed a new people who would praise him, praise the kings, praise the Lord, praise God, praise anybody but the Creator. You dig what I'm talking about? The moon child was Baal of the moon's most fertile gift to prolong the Raphaim and Nephilim species. The most fertile gift required heavy sacrifice. For 7 months under the moon, the drums were beaten, which shook the firmament of the land. We slaughtered and sacrificed innumerable smaller self-infants and males in the high places. The undrunk blood rolled through the block stone channels to the lower earth. The burnt offerings of the smaller self-infants and males smoldered and darkened the sky. These people, evil. They said they killed up so many babies, they don't even know how many it was. And they did it every night for 7 months. For 7 months, we seared the flesh of the smaller cells for the moon child in sacrifice. We ate the flesh and drank the blood. Don't they say that in Christianity? We ate the flesh and drank the blood in the sight of Baal of the moon. We never doubted. When the 7th moon had passed, Lesta had grown heavy with moonchild. She then went into labor, toiling with the moonchild for days. The sorceresses flayed themselves mightily before Baal of the moon. Ain't that the same thing they did with what was that? Elijah? Didn't the worshipers of Baal flog themselves to try to get Baal to do something? You dig what I'm talking about? That is Elijah, right? Not you, Elijah 7. Not you, bro. But the other Elijah was a beast. A real prophet of the Most High. Y'all got to excuse me. This is some Zah. I need to drink of water. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me go ahead and give a little something, you know what I mean? Or throw that Cosmonian boom bap in there, you dig what I'm talking about? Go and get a drink real quick. Y'all ride off for a second real quick. All right, let's get right back at it and attack it, right? She, Lester, then went into labor, toiling with the moon child for many days. The sorceresses flayed themselves mightily before Ball of the moon. Many of them died, flaying themselves. Ah, you know, like the priests, and it's like beating themselves with cats of nine tails, and you know what I mean? On the 7th day, the moon child, the last female Raphaim, was born. Lester did not heal and soon turned stiff. I, Og, laid myself out before Ball of the moon's altar for 2 days, pleading. On the 3rd day, Lester died. With Queen Lester's death, Ball of the moon's promise had both depleted and blessed the Raphaim. In mourning Lester, I celebrated the birth of the moon child. Right? Now, listen, this is called the second false prophecy. At this time, Mot, Baal, Astaroth, Shemat, or Molech, Mot. Okay, y'all got to follow me. At this time, Mot spoke through Nimrod sorceresses, telling them that the suitor for the moon child was in Nimrod's kingdom. This was another false prophecy that ended the species of the giants. As I, Og, mourned the loss of Lester, Nimrod, with his military leaders, traveled and visited the kingdom of Og to view the moon child. Nimrod, the circumcised, then spoke to the giants of Og's kingdom and spoke of the prophecy of Mot. Nimrod requested that the moon child be raised in Mot's temple in his Nephilim kingdom. When Nimrod spoke, the darkness of Baal's spirit and truth was in the air. Nimrod told us all the moon child's purpose would be to breed in Mot's procreation harvest. I, Og, disagreed, and my military removed Nimrod, his circumcised military leaders, from Og's kingdom. The moon child is wounded. This is why they got a hatred for each other. This is why he's telling this story over time. You dig what I'm talking about? Early in the moon child's life, a time of celebration and feasting, spies made their way into the moon child's chamber to steal her for the purposes of Nimrod. When Blank found the spies, great violence and destructive rage. Blank did not know that the moon child was among them. So when Og, or Ogius, or the guard found out that they were spies, right? They enacted great violence and in destructive rage, but they did not know that the moon child was with them. So they just, what y'all niggas? Nigga, you from 64? You from 65th? Not from 63rd? You did? They tripping, they banging. You dig what I'm talking about? So they roll up on them. In great combat, the moon child was wounded almost unto death. Right? So they don't know if it was Nimrod group that hit him or if it was Og, but either way, just like it always happened, somebody y'all beefing, somebody rolled down the window, they don't hit none of the niggas involved, but the innocent baby get popped. Ain't that how it is always in the hood too? Right? In the center hall, the remaining spies stood, and the army of Og stood aside as I, Og, attacked with hip and thigh, bare hands, and killing them all with no weapons. Slew 30 giants with my fists. This nigga all the beast. Beast. He tearing them up. Listen what he doing. Hold on. He killed 30 giants with his hands. As I tore and ripped into the giants, the Rephaim, the Nephilim. I learned of their circumcision, learned from their bloody corpses that they were from the circumcised kingdom of Nimrod. So he done beat these niggas till they clothes is off. He done beat you out your socks and shoes. You dig what I'm talking about? Like my brother Madayin said the other day, you got your snot box rock. You dig what I'm talking about? Got his snot box rock. You dig what I'm talking about? So old tripping, right? The false prophecy of Mott, right? But see how the false gods play each other. You dig what I'm talking about? And play on both sides of the situation. You dig what I'm talking about? Asteroid probably did that on some hating shit. You dig what I'm talking about? You know that baby's supposed to be raised over here with you. Y'all the better niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? She hit it. And Nimrod was like, yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? For this and more, I hate Nimrod with all of the hatred I have in my intact loins. His circumcised offenses against the Moonchild and the kingdom of Og demanded a whole membered response from the Rephaim. The tales of how I, Og, got my terrible hands upon Nimrod, the circumcised, how I broke him into glistening wet entrails and pieces, how I, Og, allowed my son Ogius to participate in the killing of the circumcised. Has the tale not been told to Anzal, the slayer of the smaller cells, before Baal? Ooh. Man, right? There's got a whole point in here where Anak, the scribe, Anak of the Bible, right? Anak of the Bible, right, is describing what's happening going on after the death of the Moonchild. You dig what I'm talking about? Excuse me. After the death of the Moonchild, all they got some prophecies of ball of the moon, ball of the earth, right? Ball of the sun. You dig what I'm talking about? Ball of the stars and celestial bodies. Mott even goes on to speak. You dig what I'm talking about? And look at this, right? The inspiration for Nimrod to go over there to even try to get the Moonchild was from Mott, right? A false inspiration, right? Mott turn around and start to bang on Nimrod too. The God he prays in secret, because you dig what I'm talking about? He's supposed to be under Baal, right? So the Moonchild died, right? Right. So now you know why. You dig what I'm talking about? Og, King Og, hates Nimrod so much. You dig what I'm talking about? Because basically, Nimrod killed off the last real breeding possibilities of pure Ahuin or giant Raphaim stock. And they, as the other preachers have said, the new or old God out his own mouth said, the new Raphaim would be born through the smaller self women. This is where you get your story of your ancient gods fighting your new gods, or what we call the Titanomachy. You dig what I'm talking about? I just want to give y'all a little idea of where these things come from and how they predate ancient Europe as a whole. You dig what I'm talking about? There was no Europe 22,553 BC. There was none. You dig what I'm talking about? You can feel how you want to feel about it, but that place wasn't called Europe. As a matter of fact, that place goes on to have a name called Dis at that time. D-I-S. That place wasn't even called Ham then. Africa wasn't even called Ham then. This how far ago that go back. You dig what I'm talking about? But I want to give y'all an idea. See, we get these stories on in breakdown today through the Greek historians, though. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is one of the stories of the old gods against the new gods. But now we understand how the new gods even got here. Why are they calling these lesser dudes gods? Zeus and all them and all that. Why are they calling God? Because you are the son of this other guy, who is a giant, a massive being. You dig what I'm talking about? Real talk. So I want to show y'all a little something, just to get your mind wrapped around what we about to really go into, because I'm about to tell you some mind-blowing stuff. We about to get into the real 100,000 giant war. Who was dead? Who they brought? How they fight? What they look like? Where they come from? This is about to blow your mind. You're not even about to believe. Now remember, they entered into a pact. Og and everybody was, all the Raphaim was one. Now, you done did this shit. Now, who rolling with Og? Who rolling with Nimrod? That's what this about. Who rolling with the old gods? Who rolling with the new gods? Dig this, y'all. This is nuts. You dig what I'm talking about? This is nuts. You know what I mean? So when you start to see truth for the first time, which is what you get in Owaspy, right? When you start to hear that truth for the first time, it clear a lot of things up, man. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here in front. And then you can lay what's commonly known, objective and subjective truths, and empirical, historical data. You dig what I'm talking about? And then lay that against common sense and logic. You dig what I'm talking about? But look, this is just to kind of wrap your mind around what's going on. And then we're going to get into the real war. This is the Jehoivih Chronicles, number 12. You dig what I'm talking about? Nimrod, part 2.
The Titanomachy, otherwise known as the War of the Titans, was a 10-year war fought through a series of battles between the Titans and the younger Olympian gods, with each side fighting for dominion over the universe. So, what started this legendary war, and who won? Let's find out together right now. Prior to the Titans, the cosmos was ruled by Uranus, one of the protogenoi. But insecure in his position, he locked up his own children, the Hecatoncheires and Cyclops, within the belly of the earth. This angered Gaia, the mother of Uranus' children, who then plotted with another group of his children, the Titans. She attempted to convince them to join her plot, but only one was willing, Kronos. Kronos would wield an adamantine sickle forged by Gaia against his father, castrating Uranus and removing most of the sky god's powers. As Uranus retreated to the heavens, the god would inflict a curse to ensure that just as he had been overthrown, so Kronos himself would be overthrown by his own son. Kronos took his father's title of ruler of the land, sky, and sea. He then secured his power by forcing his siblings to bow down to his will. Instead of releasing the Hecatoncheires and Cyclops, as Gaia wished, however, Kronos imprisoned them in Tartarus, even adding an extra guard in the form of the dragon Campe. Kronos, paranoid of Uranus' curse and fearing the end of his rule, now turned into the tyrant his father had once been, swallowing each of his children whole as they were born from his sister wife Rhea. Rhea, who began to resent Kronos, managed to hide her youngest newborn child Zeus by tricking Kronos into swallowing a magnetite rock given to her by her mother Gaia, wrapped in a blanket instead. Rhea brought Zeus to a cave in Crete, where he was raised by Amalthea and the Meliae. Upon reaching adulthood, he masqueraded as Kronos' cupbearer. Once Zeus had been established as a servant of Kronos, he secretly fed his father a mixture of mustard and wine, which caused Kronos to vomit out his swallowed children, now fully grown. The 6 siblings retreated to Mount Olympus, and it was there that Zeus called an assembly of the gods, proclaiming that any who sided with him would retain all their rights and privileges, but those who opposed him would lose everything. War was inevitable, and the female siblings, Demeter, Hestia, and Hera, were sent to safety. Hera, it was said, went to live with Oceanus and Tethys, but Oceanus would later, when she was married to Zeus, aid her with her husband's infidelities. It might seem strange that Hera went to Oceanus and Tethys, but they were first-generation Titans. But not all Titans sided with Cronus and his cause. Oceanus decided to remain neutral, and the female Titans did not fight at all. The basic Titan army therefore consisted of Kronos, Iapetus, Hyperion.
Why they didn't fight at all?
And Creus,
I guess because many of them wasn't there.
Atlas and Menetius. Iapetus was known for his fierceness, as was his son Menetius, but it was Atlas who was given the role of battlefield leader. 2 further sons of Iapetus,
remember,
Prometheus and Epimetheus, did not fight there, but Prometheus was forewarned about how the war would end through his prophetic abilities. Other named allies of the Titans included the Gorgon X, the terrible goat, and the god of stormy seas, Aegeon. The Olympian side originally consisted of Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, but they were soon joined by others. First to join was the goddess Styx, a daughter of Oceanus, who was urged by her father to join the side of Zeus. Styx brought along her 4 children, Nike, Kratos, Zelos, and Bia. Nike would become the charioteer of Zeus during the war, whilst all 4 children of Styx would also act as the guardians of Zeus's throne later on. Another child of Oceanus, Metis, also joined the forces of the Olympians, and the goddess of wisdom would act as counsel to Zeus during the war. Battle lines were drawn, with Zeus and his allies based upon Mount Olympus, and the Titans upon Mount Othrys. Aegeon and the Gorgon X were vanquished by Zeus during the war, but ultimately both sides proved evenly matched. As the war went on, so the earth trembled, the air burned, the waters boiled, and the sky creaked and groaned. Eventually Gaia intervened and told Zeus that victory could be assured if he released the Hecatoncheires and Cyclops from their imprisonment. So Zeus travelled deep into Tartarus, and there he fought with the mighty Campe, killing the dragon guard and freeing the prisoners. This possibly occurred as late as the 10th year of the war. This proved to be a master stroke, for upon their release, the Cyclops, who were skilled artisans, crafted weapons for Zeus and his brothers. Zeus was furnished with his lightning bolts, Poseidon was given a mighty trident, and Hades was presented with the helmet of invisibility. Even more useful to Zeus's cause were the 100-handed hecatoncheires, for when restored after partaking of ambrosia and nectar, they were mighty in strength and able to throw mountains as artillery shells.
Okay, this is one thing I had to wrap my mind around too, right here in the story of Hecatoncheires, 100 heads, 50 heads, 100 arms. You dig what I'm talking about? They talking about groups of men, and the Drugen or Satan aspect or the lower aspect. You dig what I'm talking about? That they acquiesce to. They are the 100-handers. You can't get away from these niggas. They always trying to bring you down. They always hating. This is the negative part of man. You dig what I'm talking about? And they say once they get a little bit of drink, a little bit of dank and drink in them, you dig what I'm talking about? It's time to get right. And you know what I mean? When it's time to get right, then it's time to fight. You dig what I'm talking about? So this is one part I had to wrap my mind around myself. You dig what I'm talking about? Very interesting. The hecatoncheires. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's go back a little bit.
Hecatoncheires, for when restored after partaking of ambrosia and nectar, they were mighty in strength and able to throw mountains as artillery shells.
Huh.
The Titans were said to have strengthened their ranks, but Zeus was now unstoppable. From his chariot, guided by Nike, Zeus threw down his lightning bolts. One such bolt struck Menetius, sending him straight into the depths of Tartarus. One version of the end of the war sees Hades don the helmet of invisibility and enter the very camp of the Titans upon Mount Othrys, proceeding to destroy their weapons and armaments, crippling the Titans' ability to fight and ending the war after 10 years of fighting. At the conclusion of the war, as promised, Zeus punished those who had opposed him. The male Titans were sent to Tartarus to be imprisoned by new bronze gates crafted by Poseidon, and the hecatoncheires were given the position of prison guards. Atlas was given a special punishment, for he was charged with holding up the damaged sky or heavens for all eternity. The Cyclops would not return to Tartarus, however, and would become craftsmen for the gods, with forges upon Mount Olympus and beneath various volcanoes. The female Titans remained free, for they had taken no part in the war. Oceanus retained his privileged position as god of fresh water, and Prometheus and Epimetheus were given the job of bringing forth life to the earth. The allies of Zeus were also rewarded. Styx was made a powerful river goddess whose name was invoked for unbreakable oaths, whilst her children would be given privileged positions upon Mount Olympus. Metis would even become the first wife of Zeus. The cosmos was itself divided amongst the three male Olympians through the drawing of lots. This is how Hades came to be given dominion over the underworld. Poseidon became lord of the world's waters, and Zeus became lord of the heavens, and with it the position of supreme deity. One deity, though, who was not satisfied with the outcome of the war was Gaia. Although her children, the hecatoncheires and Cyclops, had been released as she had originally desired, they had simply been replaced in Tartarus with other children of hers, the Titans. Ultimately, Gaia would cajole the Gigantes, another set of children of Mother Earth, to rise up against Zeus in the Gigantomachy. But that is most definitely a story for another day. Hey guys.
Boy, it get deep. It get deep out here. You dig what I'm talking about? It get deep out here. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's get myself together, man. Cosmonian. Jehoivih Chronicles number 12. Nimrod number 2. We about to get this thing crack a lacking. What's going on? Keon Cooper in the house. She Brew. Shalom to the entire Faithist family. Salute to you too, brother. Keon Cooper, man. What he's saying, this is a whole different ball game compared to how JV says Nimrod died. Yeah, man. Oh shit, we ain't even got to how Nimrod died. You ready to really be twisted? First of all, let's get into this 100,000 giant war. Bronze, yo, my guy. Bro, we gonna have to take a sip on that one. I'm gonna have to turn the knock up a little bit. We got the vibe, just a minute. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me see. We got the boom battle. Should I switch it up? Let me see. Let me see what's going on real quick. Should I switch it up on them? Cause hold on. Let's switch it up a little bit. Yeah, what I'm talking about. Not Cosmonian. We about to get right back into it, man. Jehoivih Chronicles, number 12. Nimrod. As always, I'm not here teaching you what you know. We're here teaching you what you don't know. You did want to tell them all angles. Most people can't even proceed because you've only, or maybe never even been introduced to any truth. It's possible, man. This is a dark, dark world we live in, man. This is the Lost Books of King Og. This book will make you feel away. I'm not even gonna lie. The book will make you feel away. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout to the Great Spirit. Peace to all the faithful. Right. Let me get a little. Okay. Now we done set the groove, right? Let's get into this. Let me get to this. This is Lost Book of King Og, chapter 3. The Giants of the 100,000 Giant War. Now we about to get into it big. Get you a pen and piece of paper, write these names down. Go back, do some history and do some studying and dig what I'm talking about. Find these guys with these same attributes from these same places. It's three of these. It's a group of these guys we about to talk about that is fascinating to me. You know what I mean? And I would like to know more about it. So, you know, this is a call to the faith that's all around the world. And if you're not sharing this with your faiths and your homies who looking for truth and stuff, I don't know what you even on my channel for. I ain't asking for nothing. I'm just telling the truth. And if you're lucky enough to be here to listen to it, I guarantee you'll be able to glean something out of this by the end of the day, man. Comprehension ties directly to what? Spiritual rating. This is chapter 3, the Giants of the 100,000 Giant War. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's go down a little bit more. You dig what I'm talking about? This is the telling of the 100,000 Giant War as transcribed by both Anak, the keeper of the bodies before Baal, and Anzal, the slayer of the smaller cells before Baal of the moon. These are the deeds of the giants who fought with King Og against Nimrod. For our days were passed in wrath, and our war is the tale that is told. Boy, it's about to get thick. You dig what I'm talking about? It's about to get thick. King Og sent throughout the all sent throughout all the known world for uncircumcised Raphaim to fight Nimrod and his circumcised army of Nephilim. And the word went forth to every outpost of giants, and they came. Listen, the six-fingered, the mountain builders, the heavy weapon makers from the cold lands, the dragon siblings from the east, and the 20,000 giants that came with them. All in all, 100,000 giants representing every colony, color, and creed in the known world. Then, now, he's going to be telling you about what's happening during this war, who's there. He's going to get into who's there first. But he's going to tell you what happened to the war during the war. Notice that during this time, the ocean, the water start coming. You dig what I'm talking about? And the great flood is coming, 22,553 BC. But there also may be a different flood. Remember, we really talking about right now the time of Osiris. Osiris, the true Osiris. Let's go back to this real quick. Hold on. Time of the true Osiris. Let's wrap our mind around it a little bit, because we could put everything on a timeline. We talking about a time, right? Remember, we went back to 100 years. So we talking about this time right here, 100 years before the end, before 13,553 BC. So we talking about a time between 13. We know we talking about a time, this time, but remember, during this time too, right? In these last 500 years of the Ark of Osiris, right? So you did what I'm talking about, or was it the Ark of Thor? It's the Ark of Thor, right? These last 500 years, right here, right? Same time we talking about. Remember, right in the middle of this time, at 10,008,553, what happens? What happens during this time? What's happening on the earth at 10,800 BC? Come on, y'all. Y'all know this. I know y'all know this. I know y'all know this. What is happening 10,008 BC? The Younger Dryas. And when you read the book of Thor, the last 500 years of this area, remember we're looking for a time 3,300 years. This is when they're keeping this time calendar, right? 100 generations, right? 3,300 years, right? So 100 years into this time, 27, right here, 19th arc cycle, excuse me, or 13,653. This is when we're talking about this time, right? Smack dab, 500 years before the end of the Ark of Thor. We in the Younger Dryas. There is no light shining on the earth at this time. It's a time of darkness, as revealed through Owaspy. You dig what I'm talking about? Should we get that? They probably gonna be thinking we're just talking. You dig what I'm talking about? So we probably should just go look at that real quick. In the is that the book of Thor? Yeah, that's the book of Thor. Hold on. Is it the book of Thor? It might be the Lord's fourth book. Hold on. Okay, first of all, here you go. Hold on. Right here goes an allusion to it. Right here. Right. Right. Here's an allusion to it in the Lord's fourth book. Right. Talking about more what's going on the earthly side of it, but then we're gonna go back and show the earth in 500 years of darkness at this time, right when the younger Dryas is, right? Okay, let's get to this first. Lord's fourth book, this chapter 4, right? Verse 22. Then darkness came upon the races of men, millions of them returned to a state of savagery, and the angels of darkness came upon the earth, verily taking upon themselves the semblance of corporeal forms, and dwelling with mortals, and engaging in practices whereof it is unlawful to write or speak, so that at the termination of 3,000 years, right, or at the end of the time of Thor, right, the lands of the earth were covered with darkness, and Jehovah cast a veil over the face of the sun, and it shone not in brightness for many years. Right? Okay. So, but let me go a little bit further. Where is because at the end of the 500 year thing, is it Osiris? Oh, it's the time of Osiris. Right, I'm looking at Thor. It's the time of Osiris. Yeah, I knew something was on. I was like, okay, this is Osiris. While I'm looking for this, right, I'm gonna find this that for the last 500 years of the Ark of Osiris, right, true Osir, right, was Mm. Well, I know it's in here. I just, well, for the end of the last 500 years, we find ourselves or 12,000 years after the flood, we find ourselves here in the Younger Dryas. You dig what I'm talking about? But let's get back to the 100,000 Giant War. This is Jehoivih Chronicles, number 12, Nimrod, part 2, right? So he done sent out all around the world. Every type of giant is coming and answering. Look, the six-fingered giants, the mountain builders, the heavy weapon makers from the cold lands, the dragon siblings from the east, and the 20,000 giants that came with them. All in all, 100,000 giants representing every colony, color, and creed in the known world. Right? Stop sharing this real quick. Okay. Okay. Just all right. Lost Book of King Og, Chapter 3, The Giants of the 100,000 Giant War. Then King Og anointed his 7 braids. Listen, with beard, with then King Og anointed his 7 braids and beard with oil. He stood before the 100,000 of them all in the high place of Baal of the earth, and looking over his warriors and kingdom, he screamed with a voice that all Raphaim heard. For Baal of the earth and for the loss of the moon child, we go to war. And when the moon was full next, war broke out between Og's and Nimrod's kingdoms. Og and his giants fought against the circumcised, and the circumcised and Nimrod fought back. The Raphaim were driven on by the death of the moon child and their hatred of circumcision, hardened their resolve. These are the Raphaim of significant stature that fought with King Og on the field of battle of the 100,000 Giant War. All right. This is deep. This is deep. Anak, keeper of the bodies before Baal. Anak, whose dark one shrouded over him with unspeakable darkness. Anak, who spoke the incantation to raise the dead. Anak, who worshiped Mot in secret. Anak, the transcriber of the first chapters of this very book. Anak, who cut himself and shaved the front of his head. Anak, who stood between Og and Nimrod and was then cut down by the circumcised. Anak, who wounded Nimrod's genitals a second time. Ugh. You know what I mean? Okay. Y'all gotta excuse me a little bit. I'm trying to move this little thing over here real quick. Okay. Azeth, the temple priest for Baal of the moon. These are all guys fighting in this war. Right? Azeth. Excuse me. The temple priest for Baal of the moon. Azeth, with blackened eyes, who rode a great beast into battle. Azeth, the priest who was the creator of the driver and chaser. So the bow and arrow is ancient. We talking at a time 25,000 years ago, roughly, right? Azah, the priest who was the creator of the driver and chaser. Azah, who weaved the bones of the smaller cells into his beard. Azah, who ate the unnatural creeping things that did not have fins or scales, and the beasts that chewed the cud but did not have cloven hooves. Azah, look, they purposely doing, you dig what I'm talking about? They purposely doing stuff, man. These dudes, you know, let me see. Excuse me, y'all. I was just okay. Get right back to it. Right? Azath, who ate the unnatural creeping things that did not have fins or scales, and the beasts that chewed the cud but did not have cloven hooves. Azath, whose dark ones moved objects around him. These are dark, drudging spirits. You dig what I'm talking about? It obsessed him, right? But these are giant men. These are you got to understand the wrath of what's going on at this time. Azah, whose potions and spells protected the Raphaim on the field of battle. Azah, whose army was 1,000 giants. Melkam, the cannibal, who had eaten the dead who were tied to trees where the dark ones gathered. Melkam, the treasurer in the house of Baal of the moon. Abominable Melkam, who showed partiality and took the bribes that blind the eyes of the wise and twist the words of the honorable. Melkam, who at times was possessed by his dark ones, that threw him into the water or the fire trying to kill him. Melkam, who sang praises to Baal of the moon as he was surrounded by circumcised Nephilim and ran through. Melkam's army was 1,000 giants. Here go Ag, right? Ag, who was Og's brother, and where we get the name Aggean from Aegean Sea from. Who was Og's brother and who died in the first moments of battle, Og, who had no connection or any interest in connection to any spiritual things whatsoever. Ag, who followed not the customs of Og's land. Ag, who spared his firstborn from Baal's fire. Ag, who swung nets or fish in Ag, who swung nets for fish and swung nets on the battlefield. Let me see if I can show this real quick. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can show this real quick. Let me see if I can show this real quick. Let me open up another thing. Okay. They had a whole gladiator called the Retiarius, or the net man, right? Now he said, now look, let me show y'all this. I want to show y'all real quick. Hold on. Let me get this going first. Just to show y'all an idea of what's going on. You dig what I'm talking about?
Hi guys, this is Timotheus. In this video, use the 7. Enjoy. He's the only one of the pop. The name could therefore be the word. Okay, enjoy. Arius derived from.
Now look, hold on. I want y'all to see this. I want y'all to see this. Now I'm gonna read this real quick. Right? Ag, right? Who swung nets for fish, right? And swung nets on the battlefield, right? Now we know these are, Ag is the precursor or the Aegean Sea and its people, who are Greeks and Romans, right? Gauls also, right? Macedonians also, right? Greeks, Romans, right? Look what we find. A man fighting with a net. Uses a trident. He's called a Retiarius. Excuse me. So one more time. Ag, who spared his firstborn from Baal's fire. Ag, who swung nets for fish and swung nets on the battlefield. Ag, who was stunned by stones and then pierced by spears and hacked with axes until he died. Ag's army was 5,000 giants. Look at this.
Which is Latin for
Check
net.
this out.
This gladiator's name could therefore be translated as net fighter or net man. He's the only one of the popular types of gladiators to have equipment that is not based on military equipment. He looks like he's about to go fishing more than anything else. Like most gladiators, the Retiarius wears a subligaculum or loincloth kept in place by a balteus or belt. He's the only one of the 7 most popular types of gladiators to wear his manica or arm protector on the left side instead of on the right side. Attached to it is a galerus or shoulder guard. On this photograph, you can see an original galerus made of iron. Since the Retiarius doesn't have a shield, he needs the galerus to protect his face. If he keeps his head down and his left shoulder pointed towards his opponent, he can cover a good part of his head. Just like the Hoplomachus, who also fights with a pole weapon, the Retiarius has a pugio, or dagger, in his left hand. This pugio, that was found in the gladiator barracks in Pompeii, may have been used by Retiarius. Note that this pugio, like most Roman pugiones, has a shape that is similar to that of the Greek xipos, rather than that of the Roman gladius, although it's a lot shorter than both, obviously. Then, of course, there's a trident, fuscina, or tridens in Latin, arguably the most characteristic weapon of the Retiarius. Tridents were used for spearfishing in antiquity, as they still are today in some parts of the world.
Swung nets for fishing, swung nets on the field of battle.
Poseidon, in Greek, is also famously depicted carrying a fuscina. This is an original part of Retiarius' fuscina. As the pole it was attached to was made out of wood, it wasn't preserved, unfortunately. The rete, or net, is at least as remarkable a weapon as the fuscina. The Retiarius would throw the heavy net at his opponent to try and entangle him, possibly tripping him or otherwise forcing him into a vulnerable position. The rete was sometimes attached to the Retiarius' wrist, so that the Retiarius could retrieve the net when he had missed, or, if he did manage to trap his adversary, he could try and pull him out of balance. Many depictions show the Retiarius without the rete though, which suggests that he sometimes discarded the net anyway, possibly because the net got tangled up and couldn't be untangled quickly enough. Besides, holding 3 weapons at a time isn't very practical. The fact that a net is difficult for an artist to render may also explain why there are so many reliefs and mosaics that show a Retiarius without his rete. The Hoplomachus had a pole weapon as well, but he had to carry a dagger and a shield in his left hand, which meant that he was forced to hold a spear with just one hand. The Retiarius, on the contrary, only had the small dagger in his left hand, so he could use both of his hands to wield his fuscina after he had cast his net. Not only does this allow for much more precision when executing an attack, it also lets the wielder keep his weapon firmly in place. When you hold a pole weapon in one hand, it's way easier for an opponent to push the sharp end aside with a shield or a sword. The traditional opponent of the Retiarius was the fish-like secutor. The Retiarius did not have a heavy shield, a helmet, or a greave to weigh him down, so he could move about much quicker than the secutor could, and he could even run around to try and wear out his opponent. By trapping him in his rete, the Retiarius could drastically limit the secutor's movements and therefore his ability to defend himself against an attack. Alternatively, he could use his rete to trip him up or drag him to the ground before attacking him with his fuscina. This mosaic shows a Retiarius attacking a secutor. The person in the back, in the white tunica, is a referee. On the downside, if the
Right, so let me stop sharing this. Let me stop sharing this. All right. So I just wanted to give you a little visual to go along with that. Ag was stunned by stones and then pierced by spears and hacked with axes until he died. Og's army was 5,000 giants. Tarshan. Sound familiar? Nimrod fought him first one time before, right? But Tarshan, who hunted in the great waters and tamed the Leviathan. Tarshan, blood servant and warden of the blood pits of Baal of the earth. Blood pits. Tarshan, who killed the circumcised Nephilim on the battlefield by crushing skulls with hammers. So he fought with big hammers. Tarshan, who plundered Nimrod's stores and took all of his smaller cells and livestock. Tarshan, whose face had been scarred by a mighty beast. Tarshan, who used the Dark Ones to read the minds and hearts of others. Tarshan's army was 500 giants. Geryon, the Heavy, whose fourth and final battle was the 100,000 giant war, so he died in this war. Each war Geryon fought had torn his face so severely that he'd had 3 different faces. Geryon, who was oppressed by his Dark Ones and had been rendered mute. Geryon, who served Mot in the open. Geryon, who was stubborn, rebellious, a glutton and a drunkard. Geryon, who continued to swing the driver and chaser mightily after his head had been severed in battle. Geryon's army was 500 giants. Athos, the climber, who climbed the mountains until the air thinned cold as he searched for new lands. Athos, soothsayer for the ball of the stars and celestial bodies. Athos, who had foretold the circumcision of Nimrod in the 100,000 giant war. Athos, who was strong and of good courage for ball of the stars and celestial bodies, and who was the one who ball of the stars and celestial bodies possessed and never forsook. Athos, whose visage changed when the Dark Ones were upon him. Athos, who made armor out of the bones of the Nephilim and the great beast of the old. Athos, who had the eyes of certain death. Y'all heard about this. The evil eye, the death eye, the death stare. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a real thing. Athos' army was 500 giants. Remember, these people have their third eyes open. This is why, and they are evil indeed, but nonetheless a man. You dig what I'm talking about? They have a very serious healing factor. Very serious. You know what I mean? They pull out game strong. You dig what I'm talking about? They strong. You dig what I'm talking about? So dig this. Uval. Anybody ever read the lost books of Lamech of Cain? Uval, who was Lamech's homeboy. Uval, who taught Lamech how to tame the Leviathan. Uval. You dig what I'm talking about? And in the book of Lamech, they make sure they tell you that Uval is a giant, different than what Lamech is. Lamech was a big dude too, but he wasn't like Uval. So now we know that the giants are the Raphaim of old. Okay. Boom, right? Uval the Gray, father of Og's deceased wife Lesta. Uval was the commander of elephants and great scaled beasts. Facts, like the Leviathan. Now, also, this is a great point. Lamech, even though he was evil, he was trying to do some good. What he thought was right? It was still evil. You're still killing people. You still, you know what I mean? But he was trying to, at least try. So he went to the sons of Seth, asked them how to pray. So Uval, and Lamech went and praised God that these other guys didn't know. Watch this. Uval was the commander of elephants and great scaled beasts. Uval, who had fallen from the skies like lightning at the beginning. Uval, who conversed with the bright ones. Uval, whose heart broke when the moon child was lost. Uval, who sacrificed to gods we did not know. Who was he with? He was with Lamech of Cain, descendant of Cain, not Lamesh, descendant of Seth. You dig what I'm talking about? Remember, they had the name Enoch, Enosh, Methuselah, Methuselah. You see what I'm saying? Anyways, Uval, who sacrificed to gods we did not know. Uval, who died in combat after killing many while under control of the Dark Ones. Uval's army was 5,000 giants. Arkra, the Raphaim, who sharpened his fingernails. Arkra, who connected to a floating beast while in battle. The Gantiqua. Arkra, who, when connected, became as a lion. Now, remember the old ancient stories about berserkers who would go on to the field and they would fight like a bear. Not that they literally turned into a bear, but the mannerism, the spirit of the bear would overtake the man. And you know what I mean? These berserkers would go berserk. They have stories, African stories of men turning into jaguars and lions and all different types of animals. This is a act of spirit, not that the man literally changes, but watch this. Arkrit, whose floating beast, Arkrit, who when connected, right? This connection they talking about, became as a lion. Arkrit, whose floating beast tore at the groins of the circumcised Nephilim. Arkrit, who wore the skins and faces of the many Nephilim he killed. Arkrit, servant of Baal of the stars and celestial bodies. Arkrit, whose arrows were drunk with the blood and whose sword longed to devour flesh. Arkrit, whose braided beard grew past his knees. Arkrit's army was 500 giants. Noth, spelled P-N-O-T-H, Noth, the Black Raphaim. Oh, Noth, the Black Raphaim from the hot lands of elsewhere. You talk about Africa. Noth, who like Uval, right, converse with the bright ones, not the dark ones, the bright ones. Noth, who sacrificed to gods we did not know. Noth, who also spoke the incantation to raise the dead. Noth, who had opened his soul to the dark ones so completely and whose eyes were darkened because of it. Noth, who heaped disasters upon the circumcised Nephilim and dashed their skulls upon the stones in the field. Noth, who had the eyes of certain death. Noth's army was 1,000 giants. Yutoth, the Black Raphaim. Yutoth, right? From the hot lands of elsewhere, Yutoth, who was driven by the dark ones that visibly rested upon his shoulders. The little angel, he said both of them was demons. You could see him resting on his shoulders. Could you imagine like a etheric ball of dark smoke? You dig what I'm talking about? Just sitting on your shoulder, a little evil, little imp demon. You dig what I'm talking about? Sitting on your shoulder, right? That the dark ones visibly rested upon his shoulders. Yuktoth, who could call down fire from heaven from Baal of the sun. Yuktoth, who took off his sandals to question Baal of the sun and who was not struck dead. Yuktoth, whose hair was thick and looked as ropes do. Who got hair that look like ropes? Niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? Got them dreads. He out here. Cork ain't dead. Cork ain't dead. Cork ain't dead. He getting it on. You dig what I'm talking about? This youth though, right? Whose hair was thick and looked as ropes do, but you got to think about it. If he's from the hot lands of elsewhere, right? We also know that there's a hot land in India, and we also see dreads there. Also, there's a hot land in America, and we see dreads all through this mug. You know the niggas. So, could the hot lands of elsewhere, right, that they're talking about that these black Raphaim come from, not be Africa? Because Africans don't just naturally grow dreads. They got the BB ball. You dig what I'm talking about? They they can grow their hair, but you don't see them dread it out like that. Just dread. You dig what I'm talking about? The lock. You know what I mean? The naughty dread. You dig what I'm talking about? Pun head. You dig what I'm talking about? Pun. You dig what I'm talking about with the locks? You dig what I'm talking about? You don't necessarily see him looking like ropes everywhere. Just a thought. Yukthoth, who killed 50 circumcised Nephilim with the skull of a great beast before he died. Yukthoth, who had the eyes of certain death. Boy, them boys from Africa ain't playing. Even look at them, they killing, messing with them black boy, the dreadhead. You dig what I'm talking about? Dreadhead Ute. Yukthoth's army was 1,000 giants. Argu, the foot breaker. There's a story, right, of not Perseus, the guy who goes to kill the Minotaur. He comes across a giant who stretches people on the bed and he breaks their ankles and then pushes them over the hill. And I can't remember it right this second. But this is Argu, the foot breaker, whose white hair shone under ball of the sun. Argu, who fought mightily with the driver and chaser and crippled many. Argu, who had to be chained to a stone pillar when under the power of the dark ones because of his terrible strength. Argu, who prophesied Og's victory in the 100,000 giant war. Argu, who left nothing undone of all that the dark ones commanded of him. Argu's army was 500 giants. Vetus, whose arms swung violently and who wrapped his fists in chains. Vetus, who fasted and prayed before Baal of the moon with Og during the death watch of the moon child. Vetus, whose dark ones would enter his enemy and then return to tell him what the enemy was planning. Vetus, who'd eaten 200 smaller cells in one sitting. You ate 200 men. Wow. Vetus, who took violent means to follow Baal of the moon, brutally walking in all his ways. Vetus, who had the eyes of certain death. Vetus' army was 500 giants. Briareus, the strong, who worked in the fields and harvested. Briareus, worshiper of Baal of the earth and the recipient of Baal's blessing. Briareus, who commanded many dark ones to enter the circumcised Nephilim armies and confuse their ways. Briareus, who dug a tunnel into Nimrod's kingdom. This tunnel has been found. Massive tunnels up under Europe. Look that up, man. No joke. Look up the Irish tunnels and tunnels in Rome. Massive tunnel that cuts across from Greece to the Roman lands. They say all the land is connected anyway. I don't know, but we find right here in this story, Briareos, who dug a tunnel into Nimrod's kingdom. Briareos, who built an incredible altar to Baal of the earth that was a witness between him and the dark ones, so that none in Og's kingdom could say, we have no part in Baal of the earth. This great city and place is called today Baalbek. Look at Baalbek. Look how massive Baalbek is. We got to, as a matter of fact, I gotta show you Baalbek, man. Baalbek is unbelievable. This place is unbelievable, man. Baalbek is, I can't even understand how they did it. You dig what I'm talking about? It's dumb massive. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's just look at some of this stuff. Let's just look at some of this stuff real quick. You know what I mean? We're gonna.
When I was a student, I'd write long essays that I'd work on for.
Let's check out just some stuff just to look at Baalbek real quick. We ain't gonna stop here long, but I wanted to show you, what he's talking about. And he's saying he the nigga that did it. Briareos. You dig what I'm talking about? Look at the type of information being revealed, man. Listen, man, this thing different, man. Look. Hold on. Check this out. They say it's built by giants.
There was 27 blocks they use it in this area. But those megalith is not existing anymore because in the medieval period they will transform it in a fortress and they would take out, they would use all those megalith. There was 9 blocks here for 1,000 tons each one. They will use it for the fortification and to build some towers in the corner.
That was all hills.
Yes, 1, 2 there, 3rd and 4.
So this is the Venus temple and the temple of the Muses.
And this is later.
Hold
on, let me show y'all. Let me go a little forward a little bit. Look at this.
Making up.
This is the type of stone.
Its site originally. So the megalithic blocks, some of the walls on either side of the west, north, and south wall.
Look at the type of stones Briareos was using.
And similar to the ones we see in the quarry. So this is not really well known, but we've been talking with an expert.
Look at these. Look at the size of the material.
So we have to question, what was going on here. We know it even says on the sign that this was a Neolithic period site originally. So the megalithic blocks, the western wall, and probably the blocks in the quarry were probably from the Neolithic period. So we're just on the side of the Temple of Jupiter here, and you can see some mega blocks.
You can see that there is later stuff built on top of this very old mega structure. You'd have to be massive to lift this stuff. They can't lift this stuff now. This is how they don't know how they did it. And then look how all the rock look like it's melted. Huh? Anybody know what causes that?
Foundations here at ancient Baalbek.
Then we enter inside the court of Venus, 6th side. Then the court of from one of the.
Hold on. Because a lot of this stuff is later. But look at these massive blocks.
Years, and potentially a pre-Phoenician culture were here, possibly the Canaanites who were the early
Pre-Phoenician. We finding out what? 23, 553 BC, 23, 153 BC, 17 arc cycle, the time of Noah.
Astrogeometry that's done by Howard Crowhurst, who's realized that
it's older than
these
what they
sites always
think it is.
communicate with each other over vast distances.
Looking right, we just looking at the structures. Hold on, let me see if I can look how massive this stuff is, man. They worried about, but look how big it is. That's a grown man. Why do you need 50-foot doors? Why are you building on such a grand scale? Look at this. Hold on. I want to catch this right here. Hope everybody can see that. Hold on. Let's play this part real quick.
Absolutely stunning. Now, even though this is probably Roman, early Roman, probably from the Ptolemaic times. So we're here in the Temple of Bacchus, and the most amazing thing about this is not only the stonework, but this huge doorway you can see behind me here, which is incredibly well done. Even though it's done by the Romans, there's some of the things they did were remarkable, probably based upon earlier cultures, technologies and ideas, because they used to assimilate other cultures into their construction. They think it's dedicated to Bacchus, who was like the divinity dedicated to wine, because they produce a lot of wine in this part of the world. But it's just an immense site, and probably built to one of the largest stones here at Baalbek, probably temple here at Baalbek.
Hold on.
Assimilate other
this
cultures
what I wanted to,
into their construction.
This is what I really wanted to get into real quick.
Bacchus, who was like the divinity dedicated to wine, because they produce a lot of wine in this part of the world. But it's just an immense site, and probably built underneath this is the mega platform, or at least part of it, that made up the earlier temple here at Baalbek.
I want to read it one more time. Right? Briarios, who built an incredible altar to Baal of the earth that was a witness between him and the Dark Ones, so that none in Og's kingdom could say, we have no part in Baal of the earth. Briarios' army was 3,000 giants. Let's get right back to it real quick. Just show this. I want to show the level of technology and he was using, how big this stuff is. Look.
So this really does look like it's one of the largest stones here at Baalbek. Probably the size of one of the 400-ton stones. We're just heading down towards the west side of the temple, because it's on the southern edge of the west part of the temple with the big columns here. Over here, we have a whole row of stones which are at least 12 feet tall and about 25 or 30 feet long, suggesting these are all several hundred tons. So this one is immense on its own. It would obviously go down behind the steps. And over here we have similar sized ones, much more weathered. This must have been protected by rubble. Absolutely amazing. Baalbek is becoming my favorite megalithic site already. So we have a whole wall here going all the way along, like a part of the foundations, part of the platform, of extremely large blocks. These weren't carved from the bedrock. These were bought from the quarry.
Look at them little lizards running up and down the wall.
These have to be more than 400 tons. It's hard to estimate at the moment. We're going to go up top and see how deep they are, maybe take some measurements if we can. They're so big, it's almost impossible. But as I walk down here, you'll just see the magnitude of these. I mean, look. This is at least 12 foot tall, maybe 15 feet. Look how wide it is. It's like 12 paces.
Look how big they use it. He said, I'm going to build it to where you can't never say we didn't serve Baal. They right in Canaan, right in Og's kingdom.
500 tons. each. It's incredible. They go all the way down there, right to the wall at the end. So we're just on at the mega platform here. You can see, as Brian Hayes has just pointed out, there's like circular saw marks here, like where they've been swinging saws around. One way or another, there's some kind of technology evident here of how they were cutting the stone.
We'll just leave it right there. We'll leave it right there. Let's get back to the chat real quick, see what they talking about. You know, any questions, anything before we go on? The same manner, Keon Cooper says, the same, what does he say? The same manner the Great Spirit Pyramid was built probably is the same process by angel inspiration. We find that is true. Osiris, the false, aka Chilemon, inspired Thothma, aka Hojax, aka who we know as Khufu. You dig what I'm talking about? All right, let's go on a little bit though. Let's go on a little bit. Kotos, the Black Raphaim from the hotlands of elsewhere. Kotos, who strike pulverized boulders and who pounded his fists inside and through his enemies. This boy punching hard. Kotos, worshiper of gods we did not know. Kotos, who had torn 20 circumcised Nephilim apart with his bare hands. Kotos, a violent giant whose fury none could reason with. Kotos, who put a trumpet in the hand of every giant in his army. Listen, Kotos, who said, when I blow the beast's horn, then you blow the trumpets on every side of the camp, then scream, the battle belongs to Og. In doing so, the Nephilim were confused by the horn blast and yelling, and the Nephilim greatly feared Kotos and his army. Kotos, who had the eyes of certain death. These boys from Africa not playing. These boys from the hotlands, they got the look of certain death. Kotos punching through shit. He's not playing with nobody. You dig what I'm talking about? And that also reminds me of a biblical tale of some horns blowing and the camp getting confused and walls falling. Sounds a little familiar. And the Nephilim greatly feared Kotos and his army. Kotos, who had the eyes of certain death. Kotos' army was 2,000 giants. Gyges. Oh, the name Gyges. Huh? Of curved limbs. What we just talking about? Ganges and Gyges and birth defects in India. Huh? Yeah, that's right, Elijah, the Battle of Jericho. Huh? Gyges of curved limbs. Gyges, who had been buried from the neck down to straighten his curved limbs at childhood. Gyges, builder of the high places and secret worshiper of Mot. Gyges lived with the lepers. Gyges, who was protected by dark ones that circled him in black flames. Dang. Gyges, who conjured and sent a powerful dark one of ill will to the Nephilim camp. Gyges, who had the eyes of certain death. Gyges, who was captured and straightened till he died by the circumcised Nephilim. Gyges' army was 2,000 giants. How much you want to bet he's from India? Talo, the simple. Talo. And don't Talo mean like not our way, right? Talo. Talo, the simple giant. Talo, who had his head wounded as a child. Talo, whose forehead was as a wall, but whose skull was sunken. So he had a big old forehead and his head was sunken in the back. Talo, who opened himself completely to the dark ones and was rarely in control of himself. Talo, who spoke to all with the mind and voice of a dark one and served Baal of the earth. Talo, who allowed no razor, to come to his head or face. Talo's army was 425 giants. Raka. Let's get into Raka, the empty head, whose dark ones completely controlled him. Raka, who was unpredictable with axe, driver, and chaser, and stones. Raka, who was killed on the field of battle by Nimrod's guard. Rakas, whose eyes whitened as the eyes of the blind and spoke with the voice of a dark one. Raka, whose dark ones changed his form. So he became a different giant. Raka, who had the eyes of certain death. Raka's army was 425 giants. Amok, who commanded the dark ones. Amok, who could say, go and wound that giant, and then the dark ones would go and wound him. Dang, he had control over the spirits in his flesh. Imagine how, even though it's used evilly, imagine how powerful this dude was, man. Amok, who commanded the dark ones from the high places as Og stretched his arms over the field of battle. With the serpent head held up. Baal of the earth, right? Amok, who said, Baal of the earth has great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices. Yes, he does, just like the biblical God. Behold, to open yourself up to the dark ones is greater than sacrifice. To be connected to a dark one is better than the fat of lambs. We know who liked the fat of lambs. Ain't that Leviticus 7:7? Y'all was out there whoring for the devil, huh? For your witchcraft, iniquity, and idolatry, please your God, Baal of the earth. Same as it does with biblical God. What y'all don't know is, at one point, Baal is your God. El Adonai, Baal. Virak, the perfect, whose visage was beautiful, and who received favor throughout the kingdom because of his pleasant appearance. Virak, servant of Baal of the sun. Virak, who raided Nimrod's castle and rushed on the spoil and took sheep and oxen and cattle and slaughtered them on the ground, and with his army ate them in the stores, blood, bones, and all. Dang. Virak, who could call rocks and boulders to fall from the sky, from Baal of the sun. Virak, whose flowing flaxen golden hair became the easy target of the Nephilim, and he was severed in half after many wounds by a greater circumcised Nephilim. Could that have been Nimrod himself? You'd have probably pissed him off. You did go to talk about Nimrod ran up on him, put the patterns on him, rock this snot box real quick. You did go to talk about punch the boy in half. Damn. But they, wouldn't want to give him his props, so maybe he's saying it's just a greater Nephilim. You dig what I'm saying? Virak, who had the eyes of certain death They ain't worked that time. Vidar army was 500 giants. Irigun, the possessed, Irigun, whose dark ones would seize him and change his shape. We talk about angelic spirits being able to take spirits of dead animals and hold them in other shells of spirits of dead animals or trees. But what if you put that spirit of that bear into a man? What if you put that spirit of a lion into a man? See, with Owaspy, these is not even far-fetched concepts. They will blow your mind, but they not even far-fetched. Owaspy, tell us the angels can do this. You dig what I'm talking about? All right, look. Irigun, who spoke unintelligibly because of the dark ones in him. Irigun, whose 7 braids had never been trimmed or cut. Nazarenes. Irigun, servant of Mot. Irigun, who, when the battle became intense and he was severely wounded by the archers, asked his army to run him through with his sword, screaming, "Lest these circumcised giants come to torture and abuse me." Irigun's army was 2,000 giants. That's trying to sound like Saul. Medahim, who had an extra arm growing from his chest that was useless. Medahim, who practiced the dark witchcraft of Baal of the earth that could change the species of any living beast. Is he talking about genetics? Medahim, who foretold the coming of the great waters. So we know we pre-flood, we pre-22, 553 BC. So we know that's where we are in time because the flood is about to come during the war. Watch this. Right? So we know where we at in time. This is why Owaspy dope, yo. Midian, whom the dark ones moved around and threw so much so that he appeared within a plague of locusts. What? So it looked like locusts was around him all the time. The original pig pen. Medellin, who cut his hair at the end of every 5 years because it was heavy and a burden upon him. Medellin, who had the eyes of certain death. Medellin's army was 2,000 giants. Upskust, whose skin and limbs were white as snow because he was a leper. Upskust, that name just sounds pussy. Upskust, whose hair had turned white on his sores, and the sores were deeper in the skin of him. Upskust, who worshipped Mot in secret. Upskust, who with his fellow lepers beat the drums at the times of the infant sacrifices to Baal of the earth. Upskust, who lived among the lepers near the trees where the dead are tied and the dark ones gather. Upskust, who had the eyes of certain death. Upskust's army was 1,000 leprous and diseased giants. Skiba, the uninformed and stupid. Skiba, Skiba sounds Viking. You dig what I'm talking about? Like they may be from Sweden or something. You know what I mean? The Roosh up there. You dig what I'm talking about? The Danish, the Skiba. Skiba, who spoke lies of the dark ones and the bright ones. Skiba, who spent inordinate amounts of time grooming his beard. Skibar, who was beaten almost to death in the flatlands by his own Rephaim army. Where are the flatlands? Is this America? Skibar, who was spared from betrayal and death at the hands of his army by Anak, the keeper of the bodies before Baal. Skibar, and the uninformed and stupid, who died delicately after one slap across the face from a circumcised Nephilim. He said, oh. It died. You dig what I'm talking about? He slapped shit out that nigga. Oh. That's crazy, man. Skibar, a whole ass nigga, man. Yeah, he said he got knocked out, right? He said he died. He said he died delicately after one slap across the face from a circumcised Nephilim. Skibar, the confused, who lied with all of his breath. Everything he said was a lie. For there were many that hated him, and they hated him with cruel hatred. Skibar, whose corpse was circumcised on the field of battle by the Nephilim. Yeah, he definitely from Ireland, Scotland, Welsh, Danish, Rush. He's definitely Northern European. You dig what I'm talking about? Oriax, who had stared at the sun for revelation from Baal until he was blinded. Oriax, with long black hair, who Baal of the sun spoke directly to. Blind Oriax, who was carried into battle and commanded his army from his chase. Oriax, who did call down fire from Baal of the sun upon the circumcised Nephilim on the field of battle. Oriax, who called upon Baal of the sun as his rock, fortress, and deliverer. Oriax, who spoke of Baal of the sun as his horn, stronghold, and refuge, who trains him to deliver violence. Oriax, who worshiped both Baal of the sun and Baal of the moon, and opened himself to conflicted dark ones. Oriax, who had the eyes of certain death. Oriax's army was 500 giants. Ohia, the black Rephaim from the hot lands of elsewhere. Ohia, the bread maker and worshiper, worshiper of gods we did not know. Ohia, whose dark ones could transport his spirit into another living creature. Didn't I tell you? Ohia, who attacked the Nephilim on the field of battle with his transportation. Ohia, who raided the circumcised Nephilim temples and ate the fat of their sacrifices and drank the blood of their drink offerings. Ohia, who was as dangerous and ferocious as he was strong. Ohia the fast, who had no use of weapons on the field of battle and used his hands to twist, thwart, and break the circumcised Nephilim. Ohia, whose vengeance on the Nephilim was as grapes of gall. I just gotta listen. Hold on, let me show you. Let me show y'all something real quick. Right? I just want, hold on. All right. This what this reminded me of, right? when they talking about Ohio, you dig what I'm saying? This is what I got in my mind right here. Let me I'm gonna go share my screen with y'all in a second. But when they said he was fast, you dig what I'm talking about? Hold on. When they said he was fast and that he ain't need no weapons and he was blocking it, you know, twisting it. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's read it. Let's read it. Right? Ohio the fast, who had no use of weapons on the field of battle, so he was using a fighting technique, a style, right? And used his hands to twist, thwart, and break the circumcised Nephilim. Ohio, whose vengeance was on the Nephilim, was as grapes of gall on bitter clusters served with the wine that was a cruel poison. Ohio, who had the eyes of certain death. Ohio's army was 500 giants. But look right here when he said he had no use of weapons of battle on the battlefield. This is what came to my mind. Look, dig this. He said he break him with his arms. Hold on. Remember, he using a fighting style. This is what I think of right here. He tearing them apart with his hands. Look at Ohio. Said he used his hands to twist, thwart, and break the uncircumcised Nephilim. Oh, he off that good drink too. This Ohio, he high for real. This Ohio. Watch your boy Ohio coming through the field of the Nephilim. Look how he doing the Nephilim. Said he had no need for weapons. He broke and twisted, pounded these niggas to death. Look how he's twisting them and breaking. You know what I mean? No weapons on the field. That nigga out there, good drink. Look at Ohio. Stop playing. Stop playing all the time. You will get your face beat off. You dig what I'm talking about? Stop playing all the damn time. You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on. Let me stop there. All right. All right. This is actually getting good. You dig what I'm talking about? Um, excuse me, right? Yeah, that's Muay Thai, right? You dig what Keon say, what they talking about in the chat. There were the type of hideous creatures that was found living on Pan continent, which led to it being sunk. Yeah, but this is everywhere. Not just Pan. This is everywhere. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is the dominant species on the planet. Thousands of years. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's go on. We've been on here. We've been chopping it up for a minute, man. We gonna have to probably break this into a third part, man. This junk is getting crazy, right? Let's get a couple more in though. Karans, the hairy blood drinker. Karans, who wounded his enemies and saved their blood in clay pots. Karans, worshipper of Baal of the earth. Karans, who swung a dead circumcised Nephilim as a club on the field of battle. Karans, who was told of his early death by the smaller self-sorceresses. Karans, who then turned his forehead to the stone and sacrificed 300 smaller cells to Baal of the earth and was granted 100 more years of life. Karans, who said to the Nephilim, "Why are you circumcised giants fearful? O you of little faith in Baal of the earth." Karans, who then arose and rebuked the circumcised Nephilim, and the ground opened and swallowed many, and he kept his calm. Karans, who had the eyes of certain death. Karans' army was 500 giants. Enceladus. I've heard this name too. Enceladus, the wealthy, strong potion maker and servant of Baal of the moon. Enceladus, whose dark ones of rage overtook him when he drank. Enceladus, whose potion could change a dark one in servitude to a Raphaim. What? What? Wait. Enceladus, whose potions could chain a dark one in servitude to a Raphaim. Enceladus, whose potions cause the drinker to see the future. Uh-oh. Is this your DMT? Is this your mushrooms? Is this your ayahuasca? You dig what I'm talking about? Is this where the information even comes down to man from? Enceladus, whose potions cause the drinker to see the future. Enceladus, whose potions saved the Raphaim that ate the sour meat of the circumcised Nephilim as cooked by Stolas. Enceladus, who when not drinking wine, ate sacrificial meat and hated his wise and understanding heart bitterly for no reason at all. Enceladus was the heaviest Raphaim on the field of battle. Enceladus, who drank a potion and prophesied the great waters. Enceladus, who was a drunkard and a glutton and came to riches, and his drowsiness clothed him with gold. Enceladus' army was 2,000 giants. Typhus. Typhus? Spelled Typhoeus is typhus, but could that also be said typhus? Oh, typhus. Boiler of meats and breads. Typhus, who with Stolus fed the armies of King Og. These the cooks. Typhus, who shaved his head after breaking a vow to Baal of the moon. Typhus, of which none in all Og's kingdom practiced wickedness like him. Typhus, who never abstained from meat offered to Baal of the earth, moon, or sun. Typhus, who drank the blood and essence of things strangled, and from things of spiritual connection, and he strangled, and from things of spiritual connection from which you keep with yourselves. Typhus, who ate the sacrificial bread, and he ate the dainty sacrificial meats served to him with the evil eye. Typhus, who said, meats for the belly and the belly for meats. But I should destroy both with it in them. Meats for the belly and belly for the meats. But I shall destroy both it and them. He's going to destroy the meats, and the meat's going to destroy himself. That is true. Look at your nature when you eat meat. Typhus, whose wickedness caused the dark ones to attach to him, so that he always smoldered as the embers of fire. They do say, interesting. Typhus, who had the eyes of certain death. Typhus' army was 500 giants. Stolus, the stew maker, who spoke with the bright ones. Stolus, whose eyes were blackened by all that was vulgar in the world. Stolus, who with Typhus fed the armies of King Og. Stolus, who went on the field of battle, gave himself over to the dark ones. Stolus, who fed upon the dead Nephilim and cooked their sour bodies for Og's army. Stolus, who would only sacrifice an uncircumcised male smaller self without blemish to Baal of the earth. Stolus, who could call large fecal worms up from the ground to wrap and enter and consume his enemies from Baal of the earth. Stolus, who had eaten the food served by the bright ones, having eaten their strange meat as a guest till his hand pushed the plate away. Stolus's army was 2,000 giants. Madoc or Madoc of the shadows. Madoc, who stayed away from his fellow Raphaim and lived in caves. Madoc, who heard the distant cursed voices and obeyed their commands. Madoc, who was surrounded in a cloud of dark ones that covered him in the haze of Baal of the earth which filled his cave. Madoc, whose prophecies were shunned because they were never of good but always of darkness. Madoc, who covered himself in mud and his hair was heavy with soil. Madoc, whose dark ones put a filth upon all they touched and made them vile and set them as a gazing stock. Madoc, who had the eyes of certain death. Madoc's army was 500 giants. Ippus, right? This gonna be the last one, right? Ippus, tormented, inheritor of Baal's kingdom. Ippus, whose golden flesh was pronounced with great musculature. Ippus, whose beauty could summon the loins of giants who weren't homosexual. We're gonna leave that there, man. Shout out to all the LGBTQs. Ippos, whose dark one would lift him and place him where he requested. Ippos, whose flesh had touched any and all unclean things to inherit the kingdom of Baal. Ippos, who conjured a lying dark one to confuse the ranks of the Nephilim. Ain't that what your God do too? Don't biblical gods send out lying spirits to confuse people? Didn't he send it to inspire the pen of the lying scribes? Interesting. Ippos, who did indeed fornicate and was a lover of males. Ippos, who surrounded himself with male giants who loved him. Ippos, whose behavior reminded the Raphaim of the unspoken mistake so that he was disliked for it. They was hitting boys. They was keeping their wife skinny, giving them birth control pills. They start hitting the boys. You dig what I'm talking about? And yeah. Okay. Ippos, who was a fornicator, a mock idolater, effeminate, a thief, covetous, a drunkard, a reveler, a swindler, and was prophesied to inherit the kingdom of Baal. Ippos, Baal a thug. Baal be on that bullshit. Ippos, who alone had the respect of King Og. Ippos, who had the eyes of certain death. Ippos' army was 500 giants. Okay. Well, let me go back, see who in the chat. Elijah, Tikva, Angelic, Shebrew in the house, Zachariah Yahoo, Yasharal, Shalom family. You dig what I'm talking about? Roger Washington in the house, man. Intuitive goat. You dig what I'm talking about? All the fam, man, who came through, stopped through, man. Like, subscribe, share. You dig what I'm talking about? This was part 2. Are we gonna have to finish this tomorrow, man? This is going crazy. I didn't even know we was gonna be bringing out all. I got more info, so we're gonna break it down, man, and show what's going on. We're gonna get into the rest of the participants of the 100,000 giant war. We're going to get into the war itself, the death of Nimrod. You dig what I'm talking about? And I think it's going to be a hell of a show tomorrow, man. Thanks everybody for coming through. Any questions? Bronzo, what's good, bro? You dig what I'm talking about? Whoo. It's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. Creator say though, you know, it's a lot of books out there. You dig what I'm talking about? And if you don't read them, you don't judge them, you're gonna get caught in the snare. You dig what I'm saying? So you know, y'all go ahead, check out my brother Malachi Maccabee. He coming with the dietary laws tonight over on Honor and Humility. Y'all check my brother out. You dig what I'm talking about? Subscribe, share, like to the Cosmon Cal TV show. You dig what I'm talking about? Right here with the Jehoivih Chronicles. We're going to keep bringing this light. We're going to keep making you think. And just stay out the box. You dig what I'm talking about? Do something good for some other people. You dig what I'm talking about? Live righteously, man. That's it. You dig what I'm saying? The Creator say he is sufficient for all his creations. You dig what I'm talking about? And with that being said, I'm upwards. I'm outwards. And I'm onwards. Forever, man. Cosmon Cal. Put that super.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh, it's that Japheth, that